Hello and good morning. Ein herzliches Grüß Gott from Vienna, from the 17th building at the United Nations, 17th floor, excuse me, from the United Nations building here in Vienna at the 17th Brand Global Summit. My name is Sonja Kato and I'm your host today. Very, very privileged and proud to be with the community of the Brand Global Summit once again. It is a tremendous journey Gerhard Rebicek and his team have already behind themselves, and it's an extremely interesting journey we still face and have ahead of us. It's the question of how can brands change our attitude to products, to policies, to industries, to whatever, because change is the impact we need right now, and I think everyone around the planet is sure about that the last 18 months behind us facing a pandemic made obvious how important change is. And we want to focus on how can brands contribute to change, how can they have an impact on change, and also to underline the immense power of brands and how important it is to strengthen that power and to do that united. And we are so happy to have the UNIDO as our strong partner, our reliable partner on that very important issue, and we're having tremendous speakers for you today, international panels, so stay tuned. This is a packed program, but for sure a program that leaves your brand stronger and makes your idea about brands, I think, even more changeable for whatever is lying ahead of your company, your attitude, your whatever you're focusing on, if it's in the context of brands. We're happy to have this partnership with UNIDO, and at the very beginning of this year's Brand Global Summit, we're happy to announce a video message of Li Yong, Director General of UNIDO. Thanks for sending us the message.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to address you today on behalf of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. I would like to commend a fruitful cooperation with European Brand Institute. The Memorandum of Understanding between our organizations underpinned our mutual intention to expand our partnership and implement 2030 Agenda by promoting the potential of branding as a tool for inclusive and sustainable industrial development in developing countries and the countries with economies in transition. The ongoing crisis has highlighted the need to reconcile the digitalization of production processes accelerated by the pandemic with the economic recovery. To meet this challenge, it will be crucial to promote development tools, enhance professional skills, and create an enabling environment that drives inclusive and sustainable digital transformation. Branding can play a relevant role in this process, as it can provide inclusive, highly customized solutions, reinforce business resilience, and support post-pandemic recovery through a more sustained growth. UNIDO's umbrella branding initiatives have proved significant potential of brand management for investment, promotion, and inclusive growth. Within only a few years, these initiatives have led to a doubling of new jobs and local sales while tripling turnover and exports. Furthermore, they steadily exceeded the break-even point, generating 2- and 3-fold returns on investment. Against this background, UNIDO and EBI continue their productive efforts to promote a holistic approach, blending intelligent marketing and strategic branding to advance inclusive and sustainable industrial development. This approach is at the core of the Branding for Competitiveness and Sustainable Growth service module. This module has successfully demonstrated the impact of branding initiatives on product quality and marketability. It has led to higher competitiveness and the investment returns for the business involved, thus proving to be a valuable tool to enhance post-crisis resilience and accelerated recovery. Building on the strong foundation laid by the previous joint initiatives, UNIDO and the EBI are working to replicate high-impact practices associated with B4C service module through several new projects. This includes a destination to region branding initiative in China, where we focus on enhancing linkages between the health industry and the tourism, and a project in India aimed at enhancing the bicycle production sector's global competitiveness through industrial design and branding. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to assist member states in overcoming the pandemic's devastating impact, UNIDO and the EBI will further expand their branding activities to mainstream the value of branding and fully unleash its untapped potential for sustainable development. This goal will require our combined efforts. UNIDO and the EBI will continue to bring together leading brand experts and the representatives from the governments, the private sector, academia, and the international organization. We will engage them through comprehensive dialogues and the experience exchange, highlighting brands' impact on business performance, industrial upgrading, and the sustainable development at the regional, national, and the international levels. I would like to wish this year's Brand Global Summit great success. I look forward to its thought-provoking presentations and the insightful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General from UNIDO. Thanks for this message. And it seems like, well, the impact of brands is really, really appreciated by UNIDO's work. And I think the partnership between UNIDO and European Brand Institute, well, it started to really change the world. So I'm happy to announce now your host of the 17th Brand Global Summit, which is hosted again by European Brand Institute. And European Brand Institute's founder, Gerhard Revicek, is with us today. What a journey, Gerhard. I mean, 17 years. And you really infiltrated also the UNIDO with your thoughts and your provoking theories, which you're working on for more than 25 years now, on the impact of brands. And it seems like we're right in the time now to really focus on what impact brands have. Happy to have you. Switch on. Perfect.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Mr. Leong. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies all over the world at your devices and screens. This year we again have this online summit here in Vienna. I want to thank all partners who contributed to this year's event, especially, of course, UNIDO, but also the city of Vienna, the mayor and governor of Vienna, who invites us tonight for the Vienna Brand Gala, which is already a very special event every year, and typically for Vienna that we socialize also a little bit. Yes, Sonia, we do this now the third year here at the Vienna International Center, and this year we have chosen the topic of brands for change. Yes, brands changed a lot already in this pandemic, and they will change even more. They have the potential really to change our world to the better. What we will look at today, we look at number one, what impact do brands have on regions, cities, how can they contribute to economic growth and to the society. Number two, we look at what brands' performance show. The brands usually outperform non-branded product services regions, and so they are interesting for investors, but not only for investors, also for banks. Brands could be used as collateral to finance companies, cities. They can act as assets for financing and maybe we could develop them into even tradable assets. We look at the issue of innovation and digitalization, which needs branding. Why does it need branding? On the other side, brands need digitalization and innovation. So that's another point we're looking at. And last but not least, we look at some best practice cases, management implementations, ISO-based implementations on how they improved and increased the value of brands. Now, why we are doing this summit? Because brands are, our perspective, the most valuable but still least understood assets. If you know that in Europe only 9% of companies are using the IP protection system of WIPO, 9% of companies, so 91% are not using it. And globally we estimate it's 95% who are not using it. And that's why we are holding this summit to promote brands, to promote this asset, this intangible asset brand. And especially post-COVID, I think, as Sonia said already, they will support us, they will help to grow prosperity and sustainability. So as a president of European Brand Institute, I'm glad to have you. I wish you an exciting Brand Global Summit, get inspired, and if you only take one idea with you and you implement it, this summit was a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gerhard, and thanks once more to you and your team for not being tired after so many years to let the world know about how important brands are. And I'm sure it's not only one point you will take away today, but many, many points, since there are so many interesting speakers, high-ranking, and of course also very focused on their knowledge. And so you're really having the best messages and experts today. And we're now jumping into our first topic, which is just the challenges and changes and the importance of brands. And there will be 3 speakers. And I'm very, very happy to welcome now Bernardo Casadilla Sarmiento. He is Managing Director at the Directorate of Digitalization, Technology and Agribusiness of the UNIDO. And well, we are very, very happy to have him with us today. Bernardo, please just join me on stage. Happy to have you. This is, we can take you in the middle. Yeah, pleasure to meet you. And as Gerhard already said, it's the 3rd time now that there is this, well, how would you call it? I think it's almost a friendship between European Brand Institute and the UNIDO, but it's really impressive to see what all your projects and your clients and your initiatives around the globe, they're now really focusing also on brands, right? Indeed. Happy to have you.
So, very good morning, and thank you from my side as well to have this wonderful opportunity to continue this partnership and this journey together. And as we see, things have becoming more elaborate, and we have been changing our brands. So inclusive and sustainable development have been the major challenges suffering on the pandemic, but we also gave resilience. And we continue to move forward to the sustainable development pathways. We cannot neglect the fact that branding can be highly efficient for sustainability, resilience, and qualitative change. And when we talk about change, we also talk about transformation. And UNIDO is about industrial transformation. It's about digital transformation. So this very good brand slogan of this year's brands for change, brands for transformation, brands for industrial transformation. I like it very much. So thank you. So we will highlight the change, the innovation, and create sustainability on that basis. And change is definitely inevitable because we need to harness it for good. Innovation is characterized by change in process, product, and businesses, and business managing this has to be done in a strategic manner. Yeah, and it is about changing the strategy. when we were talking about transformation, digital transformation, it's not digitalizing. It's really transforming and changing the business model. And the way we change the business model, we have to also change the business message that the brands bring forward. So we have to manage the change. We need to make sure that there are the quality improvements. And in the post-pandemic economy, we have to be aware that we need to embrace innovation, digitalization, sustainability, but also social inclusion is very important. We need to focus on people. Yeah. So branding, and this is the nice part of our partnership. Our role has been to highlight the development dimension. Yeah. You have been on the standards, on the commercial part, on the business case of branding. We have been trying from the UNIDO side to contribute, showing how branding is also a development tool. And we have developed an initiative called the Brands for Competitiveness and Sustainable Growth. And this is a module of our delivery. And today also we are very happy that we had this documented. If you may recall, we had this documented in this brochure, Branding for Competitiveness and Business Growth. But along this line, today we are launching, and it's a pleasure to launch today, the second of this, which is about industrial design. Industrial design for sustainable development. And this means that we are moving up with our series of intellectual contribution to our industrial development. So we said that we have been working on a number of digitalization projects in improving the performance of enterprises, the competitiveness. But today we have to really see that they have contributed for resilience, to export revenues, to more jobs, higher incomes, and also innovation. Brands looking for innovation have also to work more on sustainability. And for that, I think another very interesting element that we need to include, and I mentioned before, social inclusion, focusing on people. So we need to make also that brand needs to have a message of responsibility. They have to send this responsible action. Managing change in a highly unpredictable, crisis-driven environment requires commitment and responsibility. So brands are increasingly expected to play a bigger role to help society, communities, environments, and their need of support, and to build but better. So this is an expectation also to the brand, is what message they are carrying forward, and the message has to be the sustainability, the responsibility of the individual enterprises towards society, what we call social responsibility. Brands which fail to meet this expectation are certainly at risk to fail to become irrelevant, and this is why social responsibility should be an integral part of brand development and brand performance. Apart from building reputation, fostering trust and credibility among consumers is very important to encourage companies to adopt these values and to reflect and outreach with these values. So we have to change the behavior with very concrete actions. Finally, let me just say, to highlight successes demonstrating importance, the examples, and we have been showcasing in the number of years all these examples of a good practice that also will be showcased today, that have become a very important element for change, for transformation. Indeed, we hold significant potential to accelerate the shift to more innovation, intensive and intellectual value-added practices. Our success stories will now have a sound branding approach and can help to grow from small traditional manufacturer to a widely recognized and highly performed brand within just a few years. So I would like again to congratulate for this event for this year and wish a wonderful continuation. Thank you so much.
Bernardo, it's always a pleasure to have you with us, and the contribution UNIDO makes on how to spotlight the importance of brands as a development tool. I think I mean, he's a brand expert himself now too, Gerhard. So I think UNIDO really is the contributor to make sure that brands really have an impact on development and of course on social implementation. And thanks very much for bringing us these new brochures. I think everyone of you who is interested in those brochures can get in contact with UNIDO office in Vienna, and we're now waiting for our next speaker in this first round of speakers. And maybe, Bernardo, you want to stay with us on stage?
I would stay.
Yeah, perfect. And I will just invite... Just let him in. This is Harald Katzmeier, and Harald Katzmeier is, well, quite known here in Austria and probably not yet known around the world. This is what we're going to change right now. He's the expert on network analysis. He's the expert on data and how different data can impact and how different contexts and whatever can have an impact on each other. He's the founder and head of FIS Research, and you will be blown away by his presentation, I'm sure. Happy to have you, Harald.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, to talk about brands in these days is not possible. To talk about brands these days is not possible to reflect on attention economy, because when you think about all those traditional brands that are out there, there's a simple principle behind our branding and marketing strategies. It's like you gotta be first in whatever category. It's always better to be first than to be better in a way. So you choose your category, and then you battle over the perception of your audiences. And branding is not a battle of products at first place, but a battle over perceptions. And it's always important to be first in mind of your audiences. It's even more important, the share of mind, than your market share. And but there's an issue. The issue is like we know that we're living in this world of really limited attention, and we know all those pictures, and marketing and branding has substantially changed over the last 20 years. It was like in this old mass media age, it was like about sending out the message to the audiences, but now it's really what we call like inbounding. So you try to suck in people on your platform, and then you have your algorithms that help you to understand what they like, what they dislike, and that's the way how you conditionalize or condition their behavior. And this is not an innocent game, because these days it's like half of our marketing interactions that you see on social media are actually initiated by bots, by AI, like human AI hybrids. So this is something that's completely new and different. So you compete here with machines over the attention of your audiences, and the effects are, look at us, I think we all can relate to that, scattered minds, constant interruptions, difficulties in focusing on what you hear and what you see. So talking about scattered minds anyway. So it's like, sorry. But the effect is like, if you have a scattered mind, this is something that has deep effects on our society and how we relate with each other and on trust. So what we see is like an erosion of trust all over the world, and this is like a standard question. So there's a long tradition in social sciences to ask people about when you meet a stranger, is this an incident where you usually can trust this person or not? And the social trust is on decline everywhere around the world. And specifically in emerging markets, this is like a catch-22, because an economy without trust will not really grow. So you can throw resources and capital into a culture, into a society where nobody trusts each other, it will not really be capable to build up sustainable structures. So why is that? So economic and social capital are intrinsically linked. So think about a brand, or think about our the way we are related with each other. So there's value and values. So there's a transactional dimension and there's a relational one. Think about, you're in a culture where nobody trusts each other, so the values dimension is very low. You will have like a deal culture, or even like a theft-based culture. So people exploit each other and betray each other. Whereas when you have like a society where you have values and value, transactional and relational capital build up, you will have like a sustainable business culture, or like a gift culture if it's more like local or family-based. And the same is true with brands. Think about a commodity. A commodity might have like high volume, but the relationship you got with the brand, there's no loyalty, no brand loyalty. It's just like something cheaper, better comes along, you just switch. Or think about trash that has neither value nor it is has intrinsic values linked with the brand. And that's where premium brands are so important, because they manage to establish a deep perception of value and values. Same with quality niches. And here's like where I think that's the most important thing in terms of building up trust in a society where trust is eroding. Because what is the meaning of values? Values always means when you're in a relationship, there's a shadow of the future. So there's stability. You can expect that the brand or the other will be around also tomorrow. And this is specifically important when you think about our emerging markets where trust is low, where trust in brands can be really something like an economic and social capital alike. That's like here a key message, and I think it's very much true, specifically in countries where there's low trust in political institutions. Brands can actually really be like a bedrock of our development. And here's the thing, but how can we establish brands in those kind of emerging or local markets? And it's almost like a truism, but I think we really have to highlight here that in those established markets, in those global markets, competition usually leads to, has a mimetic effect. So brands or products become more and more alike, more and more similar. And this is like something where we see our huge opportunity at the global scale, or when you think about peripheries. And because if you manage to find your own voice, if you manage to really understand who you are, and you be proud of your identity, that's like a moment where you can, in branding and marketing, establish your own category, a new category. So if you're not first in those global brand economies, establish your own category. That's like what the recommendation here is. And I think our world is on a track where we will see more like it will decentralize in a way. We will see more like local or communities and local economies emerge just because of a matter also of climate change and circular economy. Like that's I strongly believe. So create your new category. But what can we expect? So what can we expect? And there's like an old saying. So if you want to have frogs, you need a pond. But if you want to have like a dolphin, you need an ocean. So what to do if you have no ocean around? So if you have just like ponds, then choose to be great instead of big. That's my recommendation here for all of us in this world of saturated attention, of eroding social capital and trust. Let's choose to be great, have a great brand, trustful relationships with our value and values are work together. Yeah, and let's be great instead of big. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Harald Katzmeier, and thank you very much for bringing. Oh, just stay a while with me, bringing those interesting slides with us. And I would just transform great in the meaning of UNIDO and Brand Global Summit and European Brand Institute also in be valuable, be authentic, have a social impact, like you said, Bernardo, and also have an impact on a better future. So thank you very much for these first 3 statements of this year's Brand Global Summit. And we now have a kind of pathway. We're going to walk through that day and focus on challenges and changes and the importance of brands. And these 3 gentlemen will be there to sum up again. So we will see what they have learned from this year's summit. Gerhard, once more to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bernardo and Harald. I think in this attention economy, one sentence even more is true what we always said. People buy brands and not products. It's the story, it's what's in our mind. Brands are in our mind, they are created in our mind. And this idea in our mind, we transform into financial value. And it transforms into financial value, as we will show also today. So brands create trust, relationships. Now when we come to the digitalization, we say digitalization needs branding and brands need digitalization. Why does in the digital world we need brands? First, you must be seen. So you can create the ocean because once you're in the internet, you are a global company. You are global already. And try, second, is that the more digital the world becomes, the more relationships you need. That's what you said, values. So we need relationships, and brands build these relationships through these blogs, through events like we do it, and so on. So brands really are increasingly important in those days of digitalization, and every digitalization initiative actually also needs a brand initiative. Because just to digitalize and not build these relationships and leave the people social responsibility, what you said, we need also a brand initiative together with a digitalization initiative. And yeah, because of these relationships, brands outperform. They have higher trust, they have higher loyalty. In the telecom business, we say they have less churn rates because of more trust. This means they're outperforming. They show better performances in many indicators. So you can take all indicators of SMEs in revenue, in margins, in EBITs, in loyalty, in whatever. So in every indicator, when you have a brand, you're better. That's why when you do look at the stock market, you also see that brands have higher returns. Now in the crisis, brands came back after 6 months. They were back and are gaining already on the stock market. When you look at the other financial markets, in banking, for instance, we see that brands, the more valuable they are in a segment, they have lower cost of financing. This means if you are a strong brand, you pay less for your loans. Wouldn't that be something for SMEs? When they go to the bank and say, look, I have a strong brand, I get a loan and maybe I get it for a better credit. So this is what we're working on. We work on that this is appreciated, that brands are appreciated as collaterals also in the financial industry. Actually, that's what OECD is saying. I read what OECD says. Despite the recognized importance of intangible assets, the success of SMEs, these assets are of limited utility when they seek to attract external sources of financing. So they know it already that intangible assets are needed. And further, there are a number of hurdles that need to be overcome in order for debt financing collateralized by intangible assets to become more established. So financing through collateral of brands and IP is the future. We should work on that. We have already some projects where we have bonds and sell and lease back agreements on these brands and IPs. And of course, or I think we will hear later on, we wish that brands could be on a balance sheet so that it's transparent. It's still not in some legislations. And if this is not, then of course a brand and IP report would be helpful. Now, not only in the financial world, this is important. We did a study that there is a 92% correlation between the value of brands in a country and the GDP per country. So this means the more valuable brands you have in a country or in a region, the higher your GDP becomes. That's why we work on this, because we want to establish brands in the regions, in the cities, in the countries, so that we create better GDPs, that we contribute to the wealth, to the prosperity of the people. This is what we want. And there you see that brands are important for cities, for regions, heritage brands, future brands. As it was already said by Mr. Director General, we show in our project fantastic returns, times 10 of the investment, up to times 30 of the investment if you see it long time. We did a study on the city of Vienna. There is a 19 billion potential of GDP growth if there are these cluster programs, brand initiatives implemented in Vienna, which means 20% more than the actual GDP. And this is fantastic what it can be done, and in the end it's good for the people. Yeah, and of course if you want to become a traded by asset class, it's very important to value the brands properly. So it's a little bit also our of course activity. We are certified valuators. We created the standards worldwide. We created the first brand valuation standard here in Vienna. In 2004 we started with this development, and we are chairing ISO our committees and so on. So very, very important to have the proper valuation and implement ISO processes. And I think everybody should keep on branding.
We can find a song by Aretha Franklin, since she was mentioned in your presentation. Keep on branding, right? We should do that, our own branding song. Thank you very much, Gerhard. Thank you very much, Bernardo, and thank you very much, Harald. We will see each other once more at the end of today's panels, and for sure you will also attend tonight's get-together at Vienna City Hall, which is on site here in Vienna. So you have to come to Vienna next year, not only online with us. Thanks very much. And we will now jump into what Gerhard already mentioned in his speech, that is about how it works if a city focuses on its brand values, and what can be the impact on a brand if it is a city. And we're waiting now for Alexander Biach. He's Deputy Director in the Vienna Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and he will just give us some insights on visions and perspectives for sustainable brands. Focus Vienna. Happy to have you, and please enter your stage, Alexander Biach. We will now switch cameras to make sure everybody can leave stage and entering stage. Alexander Biach, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for the invitation. I hope this works.
Just use your finger to get exactly
switch it on.
Switch it on.
All right. Thank you for the invitation. Well, it's a pleasure to talk about the ideas about Vienna as a leading sustainable brand city. And let me just introduce myself first. What is my task, my duty for the city of Vienna? I have to function as a business location advocate, which means that I'm responsible to develop certain projects for the city of Vienna in order to position the city of Vienna as a global brand in the fields of economic development, innovation, and sustainability. I'm responsible in special for the healthcare sector to be developed as a brand of Vienna for the world. So let me just step into the idea of positioning Vienna, a city, with the help of some economic fields as a brand worldwide. Vienna has a big history, we know this. It's an imperial history, a history we use also to position ourselves in the world with the brand of this imperial magic, in order also to develop new fields of economical actions. And brands, we know, they do profit from regional origins, especially if the origin itself is known and also clearly positioned. I told you before, Vienna uses its historical positioning as an imperial history, worldwide known. I think we use this quite cleverly in order to develop the Congress city of Vienna. Vienna is the second biggest city in regard to Congress worldwide, although during the last year, you can imagine this was connected with a big burden called virus. I'm sure we can develop well in this regard and position Vienna again as one of the leading Congress destinations of the world. But Vienna has, besides this imperial and historical image, also the goal and the aim to position itself as an innovative, vital city in the world with new goals and fields of actions. And therefore, we look for new, authentic brands, roles of business possibilities in order to attract more business and companies to come to Vienna. So what we did was, together with the City of Vienna and the Chamber of Commerce of Vienna, we developed the so-called Vienna 2030 strategy in the fields of economy and innovation. And this strategy concentrates on 6 key issues. These 6 key issues, I will name them, are first of all smart solutions, second healthcare, third smart production, fourth Vienna digitization, fifth international meetings, and sixth culture and creative. So what you see now is we calculated the value of these 6 fields of action, these 6 issues. We think about to be quite strong as a city of Vienna in these 6 fields. And what we did is we looked for the different companies in these 6 fields. We added the brand value of these companies concentrating in these fields, and we weighted the total value by multiplying it with the turnover or the revenue of the sales. So what you see, and this is the main idea behind it, we did some quite clever analysis, and we found out that the 2 sectors, namely the healthcare sector and the smart solutions sector, they provide the highest value to the cross-domestic products and also to the employee sector. All right, so concentrating on these sectors, I will just give you an insight or a short overview what we do to develop Vienna as a brand in the sector healthcare and in the sector smart city, smart solutions. First of all, let's concentrate on the healthcare sector. Well, Vienna has a big history as the Vienna School of Medicine, quite famous, Nobel Prizes, although long time ago. But still a high and well image as a destination, well, for healthcare, for curement, and also for research and development of new medicine technologies and innovations. So what we did is we focused on where will the world go to, where will cities go to in regard to healthcare. And the development today is that about 50% of the world's population live in cities. Up to the year 2050, this will rise up to 70%. And rising up the quantity of inhabitants means also the demand on healthcare sector will rise, especially in cities. So what we do is we concentrate in the healthcare brand sector, to say like this, on 4 fields of action to develop Vienna as the healthcare capital of Europe. This is the aim of a new brand we try to develop. Vienna, the healthcare capital of Vienna, of Europe, sorry. And these 4 actions concentrate mainly, first of all, in the field of research and development. For example, we are quite proud to tell everyone that we develop a precision medicine center in Vienna, which concentrates on the development and the research and also on the production of individual medicine. So designed for every individual, not a total or common medicine, an individual medicine center, precision medicine center for the people, not only of Vienna, but in whole Europe. So, the second important field of action is development and skill training for professionals. There is a high need, not only, but especially in the long care sector, but also in the sector of professionals and doctors. Therefore, we develop own recruitments. And another sector is in order to get known as some kind of capital for healthcare, we try to attract international authorities to come to Vienna. In the healthcare sector, we are quite proud that now the European Commission decided to put a co-location center for the European Institute of Technology, concentrating on the healthcare sector in the city of Vienna, so we can find some cooperations between researchers and also industry to develop new medical innovations for Vienna and also for Europe. Innovation and digitalization is the 4th field of action in the healthcare sector. New innovative wearables and self-training will be the solution for even growing cities. And the second, and then so let me come to the end of my brand positioning of Vienna fields, is the circular city. We saw that the smart city solution is one of the big cash cows in brand regard. So developing the treatment of the environmental challenges in regard to reusing, recycling and circulating energy, waste and whatever is one of the big challenges in order to face the climate challenge. And we are quite innovative in this regard, using and developing new energy sourcing constructions like the sewage sludge reusage for waste, for example, where we put the energy out of it in order to run different energy offers or institutions. And this will be the second big field for us to be quite famous, or to hope to develop a brand of Vienna for the world and for Europe. So all this helps to strengthening our region, our city of Vienna, and in the process of establishing the city of Vienna as an engine for the future, with a lot of ideas, innovative ideas, creative entrepreneurship and sustainable growth.
Thank you very much, Alexander Bier. I just want to add one question, because all of you might wonder now, why why Vienna, the capital of health and a circular city, but this is the capital of culture. Why don't you focus on that anymore? So let's just have a word on that, because I think our international guests are really familiar with Vienna as a city of culture. And again, you mentioned health and science and research. This is such a strong part in our DNA as city of Vienna. Please explain once more why it is so important also to change a brand. And this is, I think, one of the topics, the most important topic of today's Brand Global Summit, how we need to change brands and how can brands help to change. And I think the city of Vienna is really focusing a future where also as a city we need quite a change, right?
Well, developing new brands doesn't mean to drop common and old ones. So it would be a big failure in order to drop the historical imperial brand of Vienna. People come to Vienna, congresses come to Vienna in order to experience some kind of imperial magic. This will stay for sure. But it is also important to develop new brands, and these brands concentrate on the global word of trust, and trust you can find in healthcare sector and in smart ecological solutions. And I think that Vienna is quite trustable in these two fields. That's why we concentrate on developing this, also based on the analysis I showed you before.
So be excited about Vienna's transformation to the healthcare capital of Europe, and there is still so many exciting things to do and to learn. So we're happy to have you maybe next year's Brand Global Summit again, Alexander Birch. Thanks for your contribution. And I'm now jumping and continuing our program and jumping into the first, well, let's say call it panel, although we have most of our guests on remote, but of course our moderator will be with us on site. This is Julia Andras. She's managing partner, head of litigation at Lansky Ganska Goeth Franke and Partner. This is a law attorneys company here in Vienna. And Julia, I'm happy to hand over the stage to you right now. Join me in on stage, and I will just hand over a mic to you. And we're happy to have this first panel on global challenges for brands and international businesses. Happy to have you with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Sonia.
Just, is it on? Just you have to put your finger on top and then it works. Here? No, I'll do it for you. We just want to save battery, so we always...
Can you hear me now?
No, it's not working. I'll give you mine.
So sorry. Is it working?
Yeah, it must be working now.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Sonia. Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear ladies and gentlemen. My name is Julia Andras. I'm an Austrian attorney and managing partner at Lansky Ganska Goeth Franke and Partner, attorneys at law in Vienna. It is an honor for me to be here today and to discuss with you global challenges for brands and international business, supply chain law, cluster projects, government and regional brands. Before I'm going to hand over to a fascinating video message, please let me give a short statement about supply chain law. Supply chain law, or fair supply, means that suppliers to European companies must respect human rights and environmental standards. In particular, the avoidance of child labor, but also the sustainable and resource-saving production of goods. In addition to food, electrical appliances such as cell phones and laptops, but also clothing or the automotive industry are concerned. The problem is that domestic companies often buy from companies which in turn also act as buyers and importers. Legally, the contracting partners have not yet been held responsible insofar as violations have already occurred. However, this is now to be changed by a new law in Germany coming into force in the year 2023. Thus, from 2023 onwards, companies that have their registered office in Germany and meet certain requirements will be obliged to comply with human rights and environmental due diligence requirements in an appropriate manner. The supply chain refers to all products and services of a company and includes all steps in Germany and abroad that are required to manufacture the products and provide the services. This begins with the extraction of raw materials and ends with the delivery to the end customer. Under certain circumstances, this also means that the companies concerned have to evaluate their entire supply chain and reorganize them. This is, of course, an enormous time-consuming and cost-intensive effort. In addition, the companies concerned must document the fulfillment of their due diligence obligations on an ongoing basis and keep those documents created for several years and publish them regularly on their website. In the event of an intentional or negligent breach, the law provides for fines in some cases, even in exorbitant amounts. Compliance with this new law will hopefully cause a rethinking in the minds of many business owners. Economic success without exploitation of our earth and exploitation of the economically weaker is and must be possible. Strong brands increase the GDP of a country and thus the prosperity of a society. After the COVID-19 crisis, we should focus on strong and sustainable brands. We also see how brands help the economy to recover post-COVID. Brands are sustainable, they last forever, and they build trust. I would now very much would like to welcome Mr. Marco Camilla. I'm sorry. This was my mistake. First we start with the video. I'm sorry. I'm delighted to hand over to Huang Bingfeng, Secretary of the CPC Bama Yao Autonomous County Committee, who will greet us with a beautiful video about stunning Bama. Bama's ecology is its huge advantage and longevity its most prominent brand. Please, Huang Bingfeng.
尊敬的女士们、先生们，大家好。巴马是一个美丽神奇的地方，是养生天堂、人瑞圣地。很高兴能参加2021年全球品牌峰会。我是中共巴马瑶族自治县委员会书记黄炳峰。在我们巴马，最大的优势是生态。最大的品牌是长寿，最大的潜力是养生，最大的引擎是开放，最大的动力是创新，最大的商机是文理康养。
巴马位于中国广西西北部，山清水秀，洞奇物美，人寿民淳。巴马依托世界长寿之乡的美誉和丰富的生态资源，立足本地实际和优势特色，大力发展大健康和康养旅游产业，致力于提升巴马国际健康领域的形象和品牌知名度。近年来，巴马积极构建以大健康产业为主要内容的巴马现代经济体系，围绕健康食品、健康服务、健康科技3个核心业态，重点发展天然饮用水、长寿食品、健康康养、精品体育、会议会展、生物科技、特色医药等7大产业领域，努力推动巴马康养旅游由单一的景区景点的观光旅游向融合大健康的康养旅游转变，致力于把巴马建设成为具有鲜明文化特色、浓郁康养氛围的国际性、复合性、全天候的国际康养旅游目的地。越是贫困地区，越要坚持高质量发展， 越是贫困地区，越要走开放发展之路。我们意识到，构建以大健康产业为主要内容的巴马现代经济体系，必须发挥品牌经济的引领作用，同时激发企业的创造力，加快创新，提高竞争力。因此，巴马将与联合国工业发展组织通过集体品牌建设来提升巴马整体形象，实现包容性和可持续经济多样化发展，推动巴马实现乡村振兴，巩固脱贫成果。我们将聚焦巴马特色健康食品和其他健康产业价值链，包括巴马矿泉水、山茶油、火麻油和巴马香珠，以及巴马康养旅游产业，并发展少数民族和乡村文化旅游。当餐桌上待客的祝歌响起，人们好奇探索着寿香的饮食密码。香珠、火麻、山茶油、珍珠黄玉米等长寿健康美食，诱惑着八方来客，成为世界长寿之乡的美食品牌。这些丰盈的物产来自于优质水源的润泽。巴马的水是小分子团弱碱性水，且矿物质及微量元素均衡，可以活化组织细胞，提高机体免疫力。如今，巴马之水正以科技现代的方式走出巴马，期待着向国际品牌迈进。驻节上踏歌欢庆的瑶族男女，用曼妙的舞姿演绎出流传千古的淳朴之美。补粮天寿习俗寓意着人们对老人健康长寿的美好愿景，彰显着悠久丰厚的长寿文化底蕴。巴马民族文化的塑造和品牌树立，代表着巴马的形象，是对外发展的保证，更是一个必然的趋势。随着巴马生活圈、经济圈的推进，以大健康产业体系为主的产业格局，吸引了一批又一批企业进驻巴马投资置业。我们意识到，品牌是企业、地区乃至国家竞争力的重要体现，也是赢得世界市场的重要资源。品牌建设更是提高巴马产品质量、提高生产力、实现多元化、吸引投资的重要途径。我们期待与联合国工业发展组织携手，通过品牌建设提高巴马产品质量、安全性、创新和设计，以符合国际市场准入标准，加快树立巴马的国际形象和品牌印象，实现提高巴马中小企业竞争力，提升国际知名度，创造高附加值，增加就业和收入，帮助巴马实现生态绿色可持续发展。亲山亲水的巴马，亲民亲商的巴马，正向世界发出最诚挚的邀请。
巴马欢迎您 ，Welcome to 巴马。
To enhance the overall image of Bama through collective branding and sustainable economic growth. I would now like to welcome Mr. Marco Camilla, Division Chief of Innovation and Digitalization Division and Directorate of Digitalization, Technology, Agribusiness at UNIDO. Marco Camilla, very warm welcome. Please reflect on the importance of branding in cities and describe your work at UNIDO in this regard. Especially, how crucial is strategic planning for governments, cities and regions, and what is the importance of brand management in this regard?
Thank you, Julia. First of all, let me tell you, it's a pleasure to be part of this event. Thank you for organizing this, and thank you to all the audience over there. Branding is essential for firms and also for city prosperity and competitiveness. So there is a well-established discipline called place branding, and with tools and policy approaches followed by governments. Place branding has 3 conditions. First, an understanding of the assets and advantages the city is offering. Number 2, a clear message. And number 3, a promise that visitors will get something concrete by coming to the city. So in the post-COVID context, place branding and branding strategies are a step forward from conventional recovery policies, opening the path to innovative approaches to attract investors, professionals, and visitors. So value chain projects that also include supply chain are useful for branding as a tool. Value chains are the activities of a production process, whereas supply chains are the physical setting from procurement of raw materials to production to distribution. Since supply chains are the physical part of production, cities with good urban planning, with proper roads, public services, and transport systems are more efficient to produce goods, providing jobs, and offering better livelihoods. A more productive city receives revenues by taxes and economic activities, making possible to finance public services and goods. At UNIDO, we have a cluster development approach. This has a territorial setting and integrates producers, consumers, public sector, and private sector to support specific productive activities. We have worked in several countries improving the overall economic performance of a given cluster and region, and many regional clusters have adopted umbrella branding initiatives alongside industrial modernization and enterprise upgrading programs to promote economic development and job creation. At UNIDO, we have, for example, the Industrial Upgrading and Modernization Program, and we also have a tool, branding for competitiveness. Over many years, so UNIDO has developed, tested, and refined a set of tools to support countries, regions, and industries in addressing such issues as the development of private sector, enhancing their productive and supply capacities, and also establishing linkages with the tourism sector. So this experience includes enhancing quality, safety, product development, innovation and design, optimizing factor costs, enhancing environmental and overall production practices of the local goods, as well as introducing innovative supply tools such as umbrella and regional branding. So cities and territories can benefit from higher productivity, and this is coming from high-quality goods that comply with technical requirements, leading to more demand in export markets. So better consumer satisfaction and a more environmentally friendly production are also included. In addition, social inclusion with women, youth are also supported. This can bring to the city wider recognition as an international tourism center, which helps establishing higher value-added tourism and supported industries, strengthening local value chain and increasing economic benefit. So overall, the cluster approach, or the place branding, as you prefer to call it, provide a timely response in terms of facilitating a country, a region, an industry, or an enterprise a pathway towards sustainable development with prosperity and competitiveness. So branding is an important component of city success.
Thank you so much, Marco. Allow me a couple of questions, please. Can you explain about tracking supply chains, especially how frontier technologies can help to integrate laws and regulations with proper supply chains?
Thank you, Julia. This is essential and important question. Frontier technologies of the fourth industrial revolution have enormous potential to improve value chains and supply chains. The blockchain technology in particular allows two major things. Recording of the transaction and activities in a production system and a value chain, and also allows to make payments with cryptocurrencies. So if these technologies are integrated with laws and regulations at the regional and global level, we can track and prevent the use of child labor, abuse, and exploitation in certain segments of the global value chain, making production more efficient, but also complying with human rights. This can be a useful approach to branding, providing a guarantee that the product the consumer receives is certified. In the future, this will bring a more humane production system that supports global prosperity.
Thank you, Marco. One last question, please. How cities like Vienna can use branding and supply chains to position their places and improve competitiveness and prosperity?
Well, UNIDO's approach is to strengthen productive capacities by supporting value chain, supply chain, and cluster development. This includes working with the small and medium enterprises and having a sustainable approach with gender and youth considerations, as well as environmentally friendly policies. So let me say that Vienna has already a well-established brand in Europe and in the world, but this can always be improved. No? We have a good coordination with the city of Vienna, and this should continue with the changes to make it even more useful.
And we all wish you lots of success with that. Please remain here with me at the panel. And finally, I would like to welcome a video from the Cuban embassy, please.
On behalf of the permanent nation of Cuba, I would like to convey our greetings to all the distinguished guests to this important event. As part of the fruitful and positive exchange between Cuba and UNIDO, Cuba has been able to count on the support of the organization for the development and empowerment of certain sectors of great importance to our country. For instance, since 2016, Cuba and UNIDO have been working on a project for the modernization and technological upgrade of 2 pilot plants producing liquid fertilizers, called Technological and Business Upgrade in the Agrochemical and Agricultural Machinery Production sector. The purpose of this project was to increase food production and import substitution. Due to its quality and nutritional effects on crops, the seaweed production increased to meet the national demand from 10,000 liters to 400,000 liters, despite the restriction imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic and all the limitations caused by the strengthening of the blockade of the US government against Cuba, a policy that affects all the sectors of the social and economic life of the Cuban citizens. Through the project with UNIDO, it is expected to substantially increase the production capacity of this seaweed fertilizer in the coming years. And to conclude, I would like to emphasize that this is a clear example of how a small country like Cuba has been able to create its own brand of quality fertilizer with, of course, the available support of the organization of UNIDO, but above all, thanks to the high level of professionalism and commitment of the Cuban scientists.
Thank you so much. I would now like to welcome Farukh Alimjanov, Industrial Development Officer, Department of Digitalization, Technology and Innovation at UNIDO. Farukh, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. After seeing this video about Cuba, what can you tell us about this project, especially with regard to branding? Could you elaborate a little bit on that, please, Farukh?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to speak a little bit about this project itself. At a certain time in 2016, we were approached by the government of Cuba with the request to support this country in helping achievement of the food security. And we, within our mandate of UNIDO, we could have supported through the industrial upgrading, through improving competitiveness of the industries which are serving as the forward and backward linkages to the agriculture itself. And what we decided to do is to support Cuba within the upgrading projects for two industries, is agricultural chemistry, so chemical fertilizers, and agricultural machinery, which is helping to apply the chemical fertilizers in the country. And our research and our, let's say, feasibility, market-driven feasibility approach suggested that we can largely achieve this goal, and our calculations showed that by 90% we can achieve this goal to satisfy the needs of the country in chemical fertilizers and agricultural machinery by supporting the local industries, the existing industries, and also largely capitalizing on innovations which were actually born in Cuba. Cuba is very famous to be very advanced in terms of education, especially technical education, and we were happy and surprised and not surprised to see how the country was advanced in own R&D, in own research and development within the agricultural fertilizers sphere. So there was a product which was developed a few years ago internally, which is an innovative way to fertilize, is the so-called foliar fertilization, where you don't actually apply solid fertilizers to the soil and you do not apply too much water. So then it's also a big problem of over-fertilization. There is a risk of over-fertilization. There is a lot of use of the water resources on the island, which are always precious resource. Then we came up with this foliar fertilization. It's a new generation worldwide of fertilization. It's basically application of some, in this case, organic origin, mostly organic origin fertilizers chemistry, which is actually prompting the plant to get from the soil all needed nutrients without really much using of the water. And this product was fantastic. It went through a number of tests, and it was showing applicability and also higher fertilization, higher fertility rates applying to the food and non-food products. It was checked on the rice, it was checked on the vegetables, on fruits, on other technical cultures, and it was having only very small scale of production. And what we did actually, we supported a research and development institute in Havana, which is called CIQ. It's a Center for Studies and Research in the chemical industry, to upgrade their production by, first we achieved 1,900% increase, so 20 times we increased within 1 year the capacity of this pilot plant to produce it for the needs of the industry. And before the COVID time, the plans were even to double this result, to achieve 3,900% of increase in this production. And then the final, the further, let's say, upscaling of the production, when we can say that the industry is playing bigger socioeconomic role in terms of creating jobs, more value addition, we thought of internationalizing this product, yeah? And we found out that this product was not yet registered locally, and the brand, the existing brand, was too chemical in terms of the name. And we decided to first help, together with support of the EBI, of European Brand Institute, to register it internationally. It was at the time of COVID that we made it internationally, and it was successful. And then we also rebranded it to the product, which could, to a name which could appeal not only in the country but also in the region worldwide, to a profitability, or to the basically all the impact that this product could bring. So we called it VitaPlik, Vita from life, and Applique is application of this vital liquid to increase the production in Cuba. So we were very happy to upgrade it and to modernize this production, to rebrand it or up-brand it. We also started to apply this word, to up-brand it. And now we are seriously thinking of exporting this technology to other countries in the region of Latin America and Caribbean, and we already started the first discussions with them.
Thank you so much, Farouk. This is really an amazing product without exploiting the nature and Mother Earth. What is the importance and the relevance of brands with regard to this project that you were just describing, this fertilizer?
As I said, any product could reach certain critical mass of achieving the main goal of businesses is to get to the economies of scale. And I think in Cuba there is a strong potential, there's a huge potential to increase the production and market access to the local market in Cuba for this produce. As I already was reporting that from a certain volume of production, we already increased the production by 20 times, and we're expecting 40 times increase of the local production. But then to talk about further scaling up of this production, we have to see to the export market. And I think export is one of the words sounding very well nowadays in Cuba, because the country needs to diversify its export list. So, and also the tests shown that this product deserves to be internationally competitive because it is competitive price-wise and it is competitive in terms of agronomic application. So rebranding or up-branding of this product really unleashed the potential of the local producers, and there was really small production in Cuba, to reach economies of scale, and then to think about also the scale in terms of creating additional jobs in Cuba, but also in contributing to what you were saying, to the environmental sustainability, not only to the social, economic, but also environmental sustainability, to promote lesser water application in using fertilizers. That would be a great impact.
So brands help to take care of the nature, strengthen the economy. Thank you so much, Farouk. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we have concluded our panel, and I think we have learned really a lot about supply chains, the importance of brands and branding, and how crucial sustainable development is for the growth of our economy and for the well-being of our planet. Hopefully, the beneficial effects will be harvested very soon, and more companies will incorporate sustainable supply chains for a better tomorrow. Thank you all for your attention, and enjoy the upcoming presentations and the rest of the summit. I would now like to hand over again to Sonia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia, and thank you very much, Farouk, for your insights on the last project we have learned from. We're now facing the next, I think, very important issue if we're talking about how brands can have an impact on change and how brands also can promote change, and also maybe to give you some information on how important the value of brands are, maybe the value of your brand, and maybe you don't know it so far. So we are very happy to now give you some information and also insights about how important brands can be for financing as a collateral, as a subsidy for brands, and how important it is to, well, invest into governmental and regional brands as well, and how to work with development programs. Since we are here now hosted for the third time by UNIDO, we also like to focus on the impact brands have on the development of societies and economies. I feel very proud and privileged also to hand over the moderation of this next coming panel on brand investments for change to Wei Shigong. He's Chief of the Investment and Technology Promotion Division and Coordinator here at the UNIDO Investment and Technology Network. And of course, he is with us in the UNIDO building. Happy to have you, Wei Shi. Please enter the stage. And I'm now heading over, giving over the lead of this next panel to you, and like to invite your guests by your own. So happy to have you, Wei Shi.
Thank you, Sonia. Happy to work with you. Ladies and gentlemen, globally, online, and we are happy to work with, we are happy to discuss with you today brand investment for changes. Brand investment, we know all the created value from at least 5 aspects, so-called COMIT. From customer point of view, from organization point of view, from marketing beneficial point of view, from the technology point of view, so and from the economic scale point of view. From that point of view, today we are not talking about specifically brand investment itself as such, but we are talking about the changes and brand investment for changes. Changes means risk. How can we, in the process of the global pandemic situation and the post-COVID-19 situation, to make the brand investment for the change, create a higher return for economic, social, environment, and governance. I'm happy to share with you today the top-notch specialist in the area of tax, in the area of investment, in the area of legal, as well as academic aspect in the brand investment area. Why? Because any investment, the important thing term for all of us is the enabling environment for investment. So I'm introducing myself. I'm Chief of Investment and Technology Promotion Division of UNIDO. So allow me to invite today before we do the keynote speaker to present online, I invite my partner and in the panel, Mr. Kowal Herbert, join me at the stage. Let us cooperate together. Herbert, so let us look at the presentation together, and let us start a discussion first. Before we look at the presentation, I want to introduce you first. Herbert is the partner of Deloitte Austria, specialized in the tax, and particularly you have a long year experience in the area of, to my best knowledge, you are in long year in technology, intellectual property rights, as well as the law area, and this is the area strength of Deloitte Austria, and you have extensive know-how in the research and development as well. So let us look at others. You keep silent at this moment. Now look at the presentation. In the presentation, Herbert and I will watch the first and share with you globally. This is the presentation by Professor Unger. Professor Unger is a professor at the Department of Economics and Business in the St. Anselm College at Boston. He worked in the market and investment banking division for UniCredit as a corporate fixed income structure for several years. And currently he is also CEO of algorithms trading companies. Now he is talking about the effect of brand value on financing cost of a firm. Floor is given to Professor Unger presentation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Professor Stefan Unger. I'm Professor for Finance at St. Anselm College in New Hampshire, USA. And I'm very proud to be panelist at the 17th Brand Global Summit. I will share my screen with you so I can share my presentation with you. And my presentation will be about the effect of brand value on financing costs of a firm. This is an ongoing research paper together with Dr. Gerhard Babicek. And I'm proud to present the preliminary results we got so far. I will give a brief overview of my talk. First, I will stress the importance of brand value. Then I will raise the questions of interest of our research, then state our hypothesis, then briefly explain the data methodology we use, and present the results as well as the takeaways. So why is brand value important? As you can see from this chart here is that across the S&P 500, the contribution but you can see that's a significant share of the enterprise value, which brand value constitutes. Also, over time, you can see that brand value is actually gaining in value and therefore also gaining in importance. So if you take a look at Amazon, Apple, so the big tech companies, their brand value takes over more and more share of the total company value. The biggest companies right now are Apple and Amazon, Google, Microsoft. As you can see, the brand values are a significant share of their total enterprise value. And therefore, it's the question, what brand value actually can contribute to the financing costs of a firm, since brand value is increasing in value over time. So the questions of interest are the following. So how does brand value affect the financing costs of a firm? How can brand value contribute to sustainable development of a firm? And what role does brand value play for collateralization? So these are the three questions of interest we are raising. And the hypothesis we are actually stating is that the brand value lowers significantly the financing costs of a firm. That's what we test. The data we use and the methodology is the following. We take a look at 229 big global players, the biggest companies globally. We use the data from Refinitiv, yearly data from 2010 to 2019. We take a look at 45 sectors, which we condense to 13 sectors because they are very similar. For example, financials, banks, insurances, and so on. So we condense this to 13 sectors. And these are, as you can see here, automobiles, financials, food and beverage, healthcare, IT, logistics, media, metals, telecommunication, textile, luxury goods, trade, travel, utilities, and energy. Okay, so these are the sectors we are analyzing. And what we are testing, two different things. First of all, we take just a look at the correlation. The correlation instantaneously. So in the same year, what is the correlation between the brand value of a company and their financial statement components, what you find in the balance sheet, income statement, cash flow statement, and so on, in the same year. And then we take a look at the correlation between the brand value at time t and the financial statement components at time t plus 1, so the next year. So if brand value increases in 1 year, what effect does this have on the financial statements the next year of a company? So just to take a look at the correlations. And then we figure out which are the most impacted one or the biggest one. We take a look at the effect of the brand value on the financing costs. Actually, for this, we take the weighted average cost of capital. And as you can see, we run a multiple regression on the brand value, market capitalization, enterprise value, and the earnings. And we'll do this also for the same year, time t, as well as what's the effect of these constituting factors, brand value, market cap, enterprise value, EBIT on the financing costs the next year, t plus 1. And yeah, that's what we will present here. So first, the correlations. In the first column, you can see all the financial statement constituencies we are analyzing. The second column shows the correlation with the brand value in the same year. And the third column shows the correlation with the brand value at time t+1. So it's actually the brand value in 1 year and what effect does it have on the financial statement components the next year. As you can see, I highlighted the ones with highest correlation. So we can see a market capitalization has a positive correlation that increases the year after. So if brand value increases, you also increase the enterprise value in the same year, but even more in the next year. The stock price goes up the same year as well as even more the next year. You lower the weighted average cost of capital. Then you also increase your revenues and earnings. They also increase the years after. And very interestingly, you can see that it has a positive effect on ESG. So if you increase the brand value, the same year your ESG measure will go up, which is important for financing in the future, as well as in the year after. And from the pillars, which constitute the ESG, you can see the most important effect is the brand value is on the social pillar score, which increases. So that's a sign for sustainable effect long term. So which sectors are actually affected significantly by a reduction of the financing costs in the WACC? We can see that financial sector, healthcare sector, logistics, telecommunication, textiles, apparel, luxury goods, as well as travel are affected positively by an increase in the brand value in the same year as well as in the subsequent year. So what are the takeaways? Brand value reduces the cost of debt simultaneously as well as for the next year. Brand value increases revenue, income, earnings, and therefore the stock price next year and even longer time lags, which is an indication for sustainable long-term effect. And brand value increases also social responsibility instantaneously as well as next year and the year after, which is also an indication for a sustainable effect. And very important, the significant reduction of financing costs allows the collateralization of brand value, which would allow to take on loans and you give the brand value as a collateral. And this would long-term even add to a sustainable development of the flow. Thank you very much, and I wish you a nice day.
Thank you very much. Our thanks and on behalf of the audience and the panel go to Professor Unger for the excellent academic explanation and justify why do we need to invest in the brands, because they create value from different aspects. As a takeaway, Professor Unger has provided several points. I would like to highlight 2 points for audience to easy takeaway. The point 1 is the increasing brand value and in the meantime increase the debiting effect. And due to the high marketing cost and the cost for the building up reputation. But since it lowers the cost for taking on debt, it is also servable debt. What does it mean? It means as long as the brand created, the brand can be used as collateral in the process of getting your workflow and cash flow instead of only the bond or tangible one. So this is an additional value, particular feature. And the second point I would like to share with you, my perception is brand value increased mostly social responsibility, followed by environmental score and governance score, and keep stable in short-term and long-term diversity a little bit. So this is my point. Now I would like to give the floor to Herbert. I want to listen to and let us enjoy the points of the reaction of Herbert it is also first time for Herbert to get this video. I think from your professional point of view, you have your points and you can combine with this video together with your professional expertise. I want to give you 1 point as a stimulate so that you can share your expertise with the audience globally. As regarded the financial aspect, what will be the role of brands to overcome the post-COVID phase? Because we are talking about investment, brand investment for changes. Please, floor is yours, Herbert.
Yeah, Weiji, thanks a lot for the introduction. Thanks a lot also for the thoughts I share. And it's interesting what we saw just now in the study of Professor Unger and also the thesis you explained to us. This is what I see with my clients. I'm managing partner tax and legal here in Austria, and also I'm heading the Chinese service group for Europe. And I see as regards our local Austrian clients, I see as regards European clients, but I see also as regards global clients, that companies having a strong and well-established brand, they are more resilient in crisis. And it was interesting, so COVID was like a burning glass. And now we have post-COVID, which is still part of the crisis, but I think we learned much more. We learned that future economy will be determined by changes. I would not say crisis. It will not always be crisis, but it will be changes. And due to the fact that strong and well-established brand get more trust from financial institutions, also from equity investors, they're able to compensate for short-term lack of cash flow, because in the future they can generate long-term sustainable cash flow. But what does it mean? It means if you have, as we have seen in crisis, if there is change, they are able to go do these changes and disruptive developments in a much better way than companies not owning such strong and well-established brands. And that's empirical. That's our impression that we know. Now we see from the calculations of Professor Unger that he is also verifying that, and also the thesis you said. And coming back to your question, I would say what we learned is economy is much more part of the change in the future than we thought maybe 5 years ago. We saw globalization, we saw optimization, supply chain, all was fine-tuned to the last digit. But now we see we have to have also safeguards. And I would say it will not go in the direction, because now everybody is saying we had globalized supply chain and now all will be regional. I don't think so. I think global cooperation is the fact of success for all economies in the world. But nevertheless, the companies and also the governments, they will try to have safeguards in order they can minimize disruptions. And that means on the other side also the companies have to be equipped for that. What does it mean? It entails also more financing, because also safeguards in processes have to be financed. And now we come back to Professor Unger and what you said.
Thank you very much.
For that financing, we need affordable financing. And affordable financing you can obtain if you possess a strong and well-established brand.
Thank you very much, Herbert. I like your comprehensive description and with a very constructive perception. I pick up 2 key messages from you. Basically, one is the change is not the crisis. Fully agree with you. Change may need to, let us say, change means a risk. The risk we need mitigated. The risk mitigate means generate new opportunities. How to extend the opportunity to social environment and economic governance return. So this is one point. Second point, the changes and even the risk cannot make the regional value chain fully replace the global value chain, because global value chain nowadays make the resource globally optimized. And this is the resource is the key message. In the Professor Unger presentation, I would like to say there are two messages I want to emphasize on this moment. One is the data and methodologies. So let us invite our colleagues together to let us enjoy their opinion on the aspect as well. So invite Mr. Tama Guadumi, the partner at Venture Soc. He is the partner with Venture Soc, a Dubai-based venture capital firm. Venture Soc has made over 150 investments and grown invest based off large institutions around 1,000 individuals. Venture Soc invites into the early funding rounds of tech-enabled business that have demonstrated that they can scale across meaningful markets with a particular focus on MENSA region. Mr. Guadum, Tami, how are you today? I can see the the beautiful buildings behind you, and you might have also, yes, wonderful. You might have already get to know the presentation of Professor Unger, and you have your expertise and in the region in venture capital, and also you have expertise in brand investment, and you are in the center of one of the centers of changes. So I want to listen to you, your first reaction on the presentation of Professor Unger on the from theoretic aspect, as well as your point at large collective issues that's directly related to sustainability become more pervasive, and to what extent are the companies' positions on ESG become their primary brand affiliation. This point I want to listen to you, and you share your expertise also from the what is the difference in the critical of ESG positioning for B2C vis-a-vis B2B business. Floor is yours, Tommy.
Thank you very much, Wuxi, and it's great. I think that one thing that probably should be made clear is that the companies that you're kind of like conducting this analysis on are necessarily big, probably later stage companies, mature companies, where a lot of that data is available, where you can sort of bifurcate, isolate brand value within a weighted up within a cost of capital calculation, and apply that to some sort of like discounted cash flow to determine a value. The companies that we deal with are much earlier, in the parlance of venture capital, Series A, Series B companies, where a lot of what we're doing is very risky, and it's based almost entirely on narrative. But we see similar importance. So your conclusion, actually, brand value decreases WACC, which cost of borrowing or
We could not hear you. We could not hear you. You may touch your.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Did you hear?
Yes.
Did you hear anything I said or?
Now it's okay.
Okay. So, right. Let me try to pick up. So, taking Professor Unger's point and sort of like applying it to earlier stage companies, venture capital companies, the conclusion is not, or what's significant for those companies is not that you can lower the cost of debt or increase your debt capacity. That's most of the companies aren't doing that. But what it does mean is that you can isolate value from an investor standpoint. You can sort of bifurcate technology or operational value from brand value. And we see inevitably what any of these companies are doing are optimizing for something. The name of the game is to find a vertical that you can win in and then scale as wide as you can across that specific vertical before you introduce new business lines. And so we find brands that are optimized. We find companies that are optimizing brand almost entirely, and that is how they're achieving sort of the top valuations. And so if you look at some of these really brilliant direct-to-consumer businesses, the examples that come to mind are Warby Parker, Dollar Shave Club. There's very little innovation or technology embedded into those companies. Those are still venture-backed companies, and they become billion-dollar companies very quickly in the same funding model as venture capital, but it's all based on brand and not based on technology. And I think that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that where the rest of the world maybe associates venture capital with technology only, it is now becoming, there's like a cadre of venture capital investors that are focused primarily on brand. So again, same concept of what Dr. Unger was expressing, but how it applies to earlier stage investments.
Okay.
I'll pause there. I can move on to the next subjects if you'd like, but let me pause there and see if you have any feedback or if there's any questions.
Thank you very much. I will come back to you in a few minutes, but now I give you a question first, and you think it over. I would like to know, and I think all audience in the global would like to know, what the opportunity did you have taken during the COVID-19 period, and what changes make the new opportunity for your venture investment? Okay, so I would like to invite a case from your side after the introduction, our colleagues from London. Okay. Now, we would like to introduce you, Mr. Barnabas, the ESG specialist, Refinitiv. He is, in fact, he is a specialist in data and technology. In his current role as Global Sales Strategy Director for Sustainable Finance and Investing at London Stock Exchange Group, he is dedicated to building a community of experts who provide sustainability solutions to the financial and corporate market. We have learned from the presentation the data and methodology importance play the role. Now we have Mr. As is here with us to share his first-hand expertise from data and technology point of view, and exploring how the combination of data and technology can help to build a more sustainable and circular economy. So, floor is yours, Bunny.
Good morning. Thank you for the introduction. Happy to be here. I'm representing London Stock Exchange Group, which is one of the leaders in facilitating green financing through the London Stock Exchange markets. like green bond segment, sustainable bond segment, and the green economy mark. And of course, we are one of the leading providers in data and solutions on financial data sets and including sustainability angles. So I was listening to the presentations and theses and the results with great admiration. This is something that we always need, that these studies come along and state that that have been felt a lot of times before, but data weren't really available to prove these things. So proving that that intangibles do have a driver for profitability and lower cost of financing is an amazing result, and I'm hoping to see more in these. What I would do is maybe differentiate a little bit between brand and intangibles, because I think brand can have multiples and aspects, and maybe here this is something parallel that we see with the ESG analysis. You know, in the early days, it was one ESG rating as such, an overall ESG rating, and then you trusted the system and basically said, okay, if something is an A+ or an AA rating, then it should be good. And then ESG analysis and sustainability analysis went more into the details. So, okay, it has a good overall rating, but is it good in climate transition? Is it good on social angles? If it in social angles, is the company good in workforce enablement, or is it good in social impact, etc., etc.? So this kind of in-depth information gathering about companies is helping these studies that Dr. Unger was running, and it helps fine-tuning the methodology as well. And to that, what I would say is you know, there are multiples of brands, and companies need this kind of granularity to basically be able to differentiate themselves. Because after a while, you being sustainable might not be enough, but you being able to say that you are a company which is really one of the best in internal promotions, or which is really the company of brand for career development or flexible working hours, enabling enabling the onboarding of a multicultural workforce, or even in the impact space. These are the brands that a company can go after and build serious intangible value. The other aspect that I think we have to take into consideration is the fact that you know, brand is kind of like fashion, that it can evaporate very quickly if not handled well in case of controversies, and its value can change from one day on another. So how technology and data helps this in the sustainability space is more real-time ESG data sets, and data sets coming from the sort of the natural language processing space, where social media tweets and news sources are analyzed as per semantics and words, and that all is translated into the public's perception of a company's, you know, sustainability performance or brand value, and indirectly the intangibles value of that. And this increase in capabilities is actually really helps understanding and putting into balance the company's own reporting and initiatives, and what actually the company is doing, you know, through controversies, through social media, that is balancing that kind of view. So in short, we are seeing more and more granularity as per in-depth of analysis, and more real-time need, and of course supply in data for that. We ourselves have a brand called Market Psych that offers these services. And the other point that I would want to add to this is, of course, when it comes to quantitative analysis, it's very important that you have proper historical data sets and you actually see the changes in action. So the sort of a point-in-time data are crucial to be able to fine-tune and actually find these correlational relationships between different inputs and outcomes. And of course, we are fully standing behind that kind of capability too. So I'm hoping that this is enough as an input, as a starter, and happy to elaborate more if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Bunny, for the excellent description and introduction. I like your data analysis-based justification, and very much, particularly, you are talking about the sentiment-based analysis, and also about the increased information sharing on data not necessarily required by regulation impact. So this is very impressive. Thank you very much. Both Tarma and Bunny was talking about also ESG and the impact. So I would like to come back the floor to the room today to Herbert. Now, Herbert, with regards ESG, with regard green aspect, with regard the social aspect, do you have some Green Deal share with us? How will the brands enhance the necessary change without decreasing the returns economically for ourselves?
Yeah, this is an important point, and we see as the circle closes. We said we learned through COVID crisis we have to be equipped for changes. Also Green Deal, to switch over to a sustainable economy, is a change. And companies with strong and well-established brands are better off going through this change. But it's interesting, I do an example for this, that brand has also another function regarding Green Deal. Imagine a lady's handbag. Do you think, is it better for ecological circumstances if a lady is buying one luxury, high-branded, high-quality bag, or for the same price, 10 low-quality no names? You see what it means. That means if we have high-quality, branded, high-branded products, yeah, this is also what we need for a sustainable economy. And this is the change. You see, on one side, you have the financing functions of a strong brand. On the other side, it helps us to change economy in a green way.
Thank you very much. You give a very vivid, real-life example to give to make the complexity of return and the ESG aspect in a really touchable way. Thank you very much. Allow me to, at this moment, give the floor to Tamer. I think you are able to share some of your investment know-how, expertise, and sometimes maybe confidentiality without bother others about your expertise, investment in change and for change. Give one example.
Yeah, sure. I want to pick up on the last point with an interesting anecdote. We were talking to a company that is one of these businesses that is kind of all brand and very little tech, and we asked them to describe what the appeal of their brand was, and they said, generally we've conducted a survey of 1,000 people, and we mapped the data, we mapped the responses. Anyone over 50? So 50, anyone over the age of 50? What was the component that they cared most about? Price? Anyone in the kind of like 30 to 50 range, maybe 25 to 50 age range? What was the component that they cared most about? Was quality, quality of the product. And then anyone below the age of 25 what they cared about most was what the packaging was made out of, which I thought was a super interesting, data point. And why the packaging? Because they want to know, do you use recyclable plastic, or is the ethos of the company, is the ethos of the product ESG focused? And that's what I think as consumer preferences evolve and people, in the wake of these major world issues that are these are collective issues, the pandemic and of course climate change, that becomes the brand. The brand, your ESG policy, or what you're doing to support those two issues that affect the world, that becomes, sort of part and parcel with the brand. It's stronger than price. It's stronger than quality in terms of associate. I think the example that
I have 20 minutes now.
I think the investment example that I'd like to give during COVID is a space that people on the call may be familiar with, cloud kitchens. It's sort of become very, very big in multiple markets around the world. But if you think about what that is, it's separating the brand value of a restaurant from its operations, or from literally what happens in the kitchen. And we invested both in both components of those. We invested into a company that is just rolling out brand. It literally has no operations. The only thing that it does is it generates menus and then brands and then promotes using social media and other aspects. So it is literally the value of the business is all brand. It has no operations, and it relies on a network of cloud kitchens to prepare that food. And all it does is optimize the brand, and the biggest sellers, of course, vegan, plant-based concepts as something that goes hand in hand with sort of the environmental issue. And then on the other side, we invested into the cloud kitchen business, it's totally agnostic as to brand. They're just the engine that's powering any what they call content providers. So the brands on the one side are content providers. The kitchen, separate those two. The kitchen can then scale very efficiently without having to spend money on customer acquisition and marketing. And then the brand itself can scale without having to worry about operations. And both of those businesses did very, very well. If we had made an investment into, no matter how successful, just a traditional restaurant that owns brand and operations, there's no way that it could have scaled in the same way that these two concepts scaled. We made that investment at the start of COVID, and of course the volume of ordering that went into those that went online throughout COVID, the company just exploded in value, and SoftBank just invested $400 million into the cloud kitchen concept. So we did well on that.
Thank you very much. Excellent example. You have utilized the change as opportunity in the investment and make it dramatically increased. And the concern maybe what happens post COVID-19, if the situation, the change is becoming calm and standardized in daily life. So how the business could be continuously sustainable? So this would be a question from audience, I guess. I would like to come to Mr. Barbanas, by me. So my question is with regard to the brand in terms of institution, because we know all the brands create value from at least 5 aspects. One is the so-called COMIT, the customer side, organization side, marketing side, economic of scale, and technology. How the data and technology applicable for the big amount of volume, like stock exchange in London. So what kind of maybe fintech or what kind of methodology is applied for the big data process, so that among the big data process, to distinguish the impact, to make the impact from ESG point of view higher, from technology and data point of view. The linkage data and technology with the social impact directed. Is there any mechanism? Is there any methodology? Straightforward.
And of course, it's a dual level answer I would give. There is a immediate relationship. I mean, there are metrics that we are collecting ourselves about companies, either in the social media space or through their reporting in CSR reports. I mean, bear in mind, this is one of the main sources of documents when it comes to ESG. Of course, in those cases, what we do is we have special metrics on impact, like policy on fair trade, policy on community involvement, organic product initiatives, eco-design products, etc., etc. So these are mainly yes or no questions. However, so that's already an indication whether in a fashion industry, as an example, what are the companies that actually make certain commitments to policies or initiatives or targets, or basically animal testing or animal testing reduction initiatives as such. So you would know that immediately. Of course, on the other hand, there is, if you want to know details, what we do when we collect the data, we always share the source document and we share where that exact metric is coming from. So to somebody who wants to look under the hood and really check what organic product initiatives, do mean, they just go to the specific document. It's indicated on which page it is, and they basically read those 2-3 either paragraphs or pages that are related to that. So you would have that very detailed aspect too. Then of course, so that's on the ESG angle and the depth of analysis on granular data. You can all roll that up into your specific aggregated metrics, or you can use the given categories that these metrics are in. So all the ESG metrics that we have are paired to one ESG pillar, so whether they are environmental, social, or governance pillars, members, and within that to 10 categories that are, for example, product innovations, emissions, workforce, human rights, etc., etc. So you can roll these up into these different set of categories as well. The other angle, what you were talking about on brand value, is of course a lot is supported by data, and it's beyond the ESG concept, but we of course have a lot of data on collection and database that are either estimates, like how much is the sort of the just an obvious example, this might not relate, but just for you to understand what I'm talking about, is the capacity utilization of the aviation industry. So there are estimates and there are actuals on that. So you would be able to see direct impact in sort of utilization and capacity numbers and scaling wherever you have an initiative on brand. The other area is of course more around the alternative data. So when you check whether how many cars are parking in a car park and what's the attendance of the store. So from there you can anticipate what's the buying proportion of that product set in that specific location. And we have all those data sources to different extents. So again, my short answer is how data and technology can help. It can provide you with the granularity of the data. It can provide you with certain amount of cohesiveness or alignment with between different data sets, so you don't have to clean them. And of course, from then on, what you do is you roll them up into different levels of aggregates and check whether the estimates are coming through in actuals. So a lot to analyze and put your hands on if you want to delve into that and create similar studies as Dr. Unger did.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nas. Look at your expertise in depth. I found we share some common interest and expertise. Particularly, you are building up the community of experts in the investment community. Very good, because we are doing the similar one. We call it investment and technology advisory platform. We are doing the same. So we can work together, and some other asked, why should UNIDO, why should I be here? Because as the Chief of Investment Technology Promotion Division, I would like to share with you, we are building up the institutional capacity for the national investment promotion and investment agencies. So in this regard, I want to emphasize one point from Brown's investment and investment point of view. When we talk about investment, we are always talk about, sometimes justification is simple. It's not the evidence-based investment. Sometimes we invest in person, in people, because in your investment in right person, in right people, you make today maybe a mistake, but tomorrow you make a success. So that's always a war for talents for each companies, each institutions. The investment in people, people-centralized development and investment. So I would like to put this question to three of you. May Tamara and Bunny, you take time to think. Let me drop the question to Herbert first. So how can brands help to get the right talents?
Vijay, this is a good point. So we said economy, companies, governments, we are confronted with changes. We said we have changes of supply chain. We said we have changes regarding environmental sustainability, Green Deal. But what's the third area? It's the global war for talent. Yeah? And the point is, there is twofold the help of the brand. First is what I said already. If you have to set up processes in order to find the talents, you need money. And that means you need lower capital costs, and a strong, well-established brand is helping. But there's another point. It's the so-called employer branding. So brand is not something which only addresses markets to sell your products, to sell your services. It addresses the future employees. And that will be the big theme of the 21st century. And companies owning strong and well-established brands have more reasonable financing, and they are more successful in addressing that talents.
Thank you very much, Herbert. So I thank you for touched this important role of people-centered investment. So allow me to give the floor to Tamara. Would you like to share opinion and expertise on this topic? The floor is yours, Tamara.
Thank you. I think Herbert makes a very good point, and I agree with one aspect of it, which is that the brand, employer brand is becoming increasingly significant, increasingly important as a component that assures the success, long-term longevity of the company. Where I would disagree is that well-established when you use it, when you say well-established brands are at an advantage of attracting talent, it's not that I disagree, but I would qualify that. What we're seeing in the market, talent is a scouting. When people say, you know, talent, it's sort of like incumbent upon that term that you're referring to, scouting. You know, early, you want young talent, and that young talent is going to grow with you. I mean, you could be referring to, you know, very well-established, you know, talented people at senior levels where you're paying top dollar. But I think when you talk about scouting talent, it is scouting, and it's trying to find people early that are younger, that are going to grow with the organization. I think that's the goal of most organizations right now. And I think that large, well-established brands we may be getting to the point where they're actually at a disadvantage relative to a new sweet spot, I think, which are fast-growing but well-funded early-stage companies that are built on foundations of ESG principles and flexibility and workplace flexibility and values that are in line with what the contemporary generations are caring about. I think that 100% of the I may be living in an echo chamber, but 100% of the people that I talk to would choose a company that just raised a $50 million Series B or Series C that is trying to change the world, that is espousing ESG values and trying to do something positive, over joining a large, sort of like incumbent corporate, if you will. So I absolutely agree that talent is essential, that brand carries closely with the ability to attract talent. I see the pendulum swinging in favor of earlier high growth companies that really have the sort of values that young people care about embedded in them right now. Is my thoughts.
Thank you very much, Tamer. So the same question will be given and now give to Mr. As. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I would echo Tamer in this case. I think there's two components. One is the sort of the company purpose and value that you buy into as a future employee, and then the second one is basically some sort of a manifestation of those values, which gives you assurance that you actually can play a role with that company. And one of the manifestations is, of course, the D&I index, which we created, and there is, of course, an ETF running on it right now. But what it does is takes 4 pillars into consideration when it comes to company performance. One is the diversity pillar, 2 is the inclusion pillar, and 3 is people development, i.e., every employee or future coworker who's working for your company has to have the assurance that from whatever background they come from, but they come with the urge and the incentive to really do and have an impact, that they can play that impact. And the fourth is basically the controversies around these companies. How are they walking the talk? And I think one of the greatest examples of this is, without saying names, but you have recently seen that there were 2 specific space travels by 2 different companies. So the purpose of those 2 companies, or at least on those sub-companies, might have been very similar. However, you saw the social media tweets and retweets on those 2 achievements in regards of the 2 companies. So that's basically the difference between having a purpose and then having it underpinned by plausible and credible manifestation of different ESG, D&I, or empowerment for impact kind of licenses.
Thank you very much.
That's what you.
Thank you very much. Now we are closing to complete the session. Before complete the session, I welcome each of you give 1 sentence or maximum 3 sentences. Takeaway for audience. I start from my side. First, we are honored to have top-notch specialists in the world to share opinion on broad investment for changes. And why UNIDO? Because we are a driving force for investment feasibility appraisal in the world. We have more than 11,000 licensed users over 160 countries. So we are willing to support member states in investment institutional capacity building. So now I give the floor to Herbert.
Yeah, Weishi, I would say changes, and to deal with changes and to cope with changes, this will be the new normal in the 21st century. And only the companies who have strong brands will be successful.
Thank you very much, Herbert. Tamer, takeaway for global audience, please.
All right. So my drop the mic statement is that the democratization of publishing has allowed for the bifurcation of brand from activity or brand from operations that has allowed for enterprises or individuals to build equity value in brand alone without any other substance in brand alone. And the more that the world cares about big collective issues, then the more the brand, those same brands that are being promoted on a democratized publishing paradigm, the more those brands are defined by what those entities do towards ESG principles.
Thank you very much. Floor is yours, Ms. Ast.
Yeah, I always have the pleasure of echoing the two speakers before me. I mean, there is the famous saying of Heraclitus that the only thing or the only constant in life is change. And I think that the 21st century is going to provide us with a lot of requirements for change. So what I would urge everybody is to always monitor their brand value, their intangibles value, and check whether they are up to date to the challenges that are concurrent. So change with the word, and don't be afraid of transition. Transition is going to be the key word, especially after COP26 as well in a couple of weeks' time. So be prepared that change is good, and transition is actually going to be something that is welcome by the financial markets. And don't hesitate to share stories and data around that transition. It will be honored, and it will be financed accordingly.
Thank you very much, and thank the audience globally for your attention, for your question, for your involvement. And we share the thanks to all speakers and for the very innovative discussions and for the session of broad investments for changes. I declare it's completed. Now I hand over the floor to Madame Sonia. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Weishi, Chief Investment and Technology Promotion Division and Coordinator here at the UNIDO Investment and Technology Network. It was a very inspiring panel and discussion. And thanks all of you for following this 17th Brand Global Summit, the third one in cooperation between European Brand Institute and the UNIDO. We are now offering a small break of about 15 minutes. So see you back at 15 minutes past 1, and maybe take a break from the digital device, let some fresh air in, take a little walk, and maybe have a sip of water or soup or whatever you feel to feel comfortable. See you back in 15 minutes. So happy to have you then back again, and all the best from Vienna so far. Welcome back after the short break. I hope you enjoyed some time off your digital device, but we're happy to have you back on the second half of this year's Brand Global Summit, live here from Vienna, from the 17th floor of the United Nations building at the UNIDO headquarters. And with the 17th Brand Global Summit, it's an amazing journey that is already behind us, and we're of course very much looking forward. What is going to be the future of brands in our world? We were discussing about the impact of brands on the financial structure of businesses. We were being shown best practices from the UNIDO, and we're also, of course, had a really interesting presentation at the very beginning of this year's Brand Global Summit on the importance of brands for building trust also within societies. So brands for change and change within, what the position of brands is. This is the focus of this year's Brand Global Summit, and we're now entering the next topic on today's discussion about brands for change, which is innovation and brands. So we are, of course, sure that brands need digitalization, but we also think that digitalization needs brands. And so we are now entering into our next panel, and I'm handing over the moderation to Namir Hourani. He's Managing Director at Jimmy's. I hope you're with us already, Namir. Happy to have you. And I will now hand over the stage, the floor to you, and would like you to invite your guests of this panel. Thanks for being with us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction. Welcome, everyone. I know we have an audience from all over the world today. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Brands have always been fascinating. It's really almost like a science. What makes a brand successful has always been a never-ending debate. There's no right or wrong answer. There's no cookie-cutter approach in the way you develop a strong and recognizable brand. And in today's world, this is even more difficult, where everything is digital, the new real estate, where new brands pop up in abundance, where brands can quickly become overnight hits. And all this is possible because of digitalization and the borderless reach that brands have today. So here, there's no arguing that in today's world, brands need digitalization and innovation if they want to survive and be relevant. Moreover, the digital world has also its own complexities. So it makes it easier for phony brands to be introduced, easier to mislead consumers, and easy to make false statements about a product. And not only that, you can get away with it too. In addition to these complexities of the digital world, consumer behavior and consumer needs are evolving and changing. Customers demand sustainable products. They want to know the source of your ingredients or raw material. They want to know that no child labor has gone into the production process. They want to know no animal lives have been sacrificed. They want to know what your brand is doing to fight the climate action cause. So this begs the question, how important are brands to digitalization for the credibility of the digital world? To build trust and loyalty in the digital world is very different than developing the trust in the physical world, where you can touch or feel a product, you can test a product before purchasing it. So the reality is, trust in brands is very important in the digital world because they help build and develop the credibility of the digital world. In today's panel, we'll be talking about the importance of digitalization for brands and the importance of brands for digitalization. We will explore how design contributes to digitalization and innovation and the development of a brand, how digitalization influences the decisions that brands make, and how brands build trust and loyalty through digitalization. We have three great panelists with us today. Each will introduce a completely different perspective on this topic. I'm excited about this session, and I hope you are too. I will now introduce our panelists. We have David Kusuma, the president-elect of the World Design Organization. David is also the Senior Vice President of Product Management and Innovation at Oregon Tool. David also served as the Vice President of Research and Innovation and Vice President of Product Development worldwide at Tupperware Brands Corporation, where he was tasked with developing new technologies and materials to create amazing product solutions that resulted in the development of 150 to 200 new products every year that were launched in over 100 countries. David also worked at GE, General Electric, as the global manager for design and vehicle engineering, where they developed the use of polycarbonate as a viable alternative to glass in automotive window systems. David, I'm excited to hear your insights, an abundance of experience. Welcome. We also have Ms. Maurice Orav with us. Maurice is a communications manager at Estonia. Estonia is the first country in the world to function as a digital service. They have a unique approach, which is to offer a variety of state services to people outside of Estonia. You can register a company online, digitally sign and exchange encrypted documents, conduct secure online bank transfers, and make tax declarations electronically. Since 2014, more than 45,000 people from 154 different countries have been granted an Estonian e-residency. Estonia was also named the most advanced digital society in the world and has built an efficient, secure, and transparent ecosystem where, believe it or not, 99% of governmental services are now online. Maurice, thank you for joining us. I look forward to hearing more from you. I must say, a pretty unique perspective on how a country has actually developed a brand versus a typical product brand. Finally, we also have Tiffany, who's a personal friend as well. Tiffany Kelly is with us. She's the co-founder and CEO of Phoenix Rising, which is a global movement and network of inspiring, action-oriented feminine leaders focused on making a difference in the world. In January this year, Tiffany and her team launched Beyond Bamboo Global, an online marketplace and wholesale business with sustainability at its heart. Beyond Bamboo is a move towards more conscious consumerism. They sell locally sourced products from companies that are working to go beyond sustainable by supporting causes that work towards restoring planetary ecosystems. Their aim is to rejuvenate economies and encourage ethical entrepreneurship, to recycle and upcycle, to reduce waste, and to create new sources of income that feel great. Finally, I will introduce myself. I am Namir Hirani. I'm an entrepreneur myself. I'm also the managing director for the Global Manufacturing and Industrialization Summit. It's a global platform that convenes leaders from all over the world, from the global manufacturing and technology communities, to discuss how technology and innovation and the fourth industrial revolution is shaping the future of manufacturing. On that note, over to our panelists. If I may, Tiffany, I will start with you. So Beyond Bamboo sets the perfect example of how brands can leverage the digital landscape to inspire more conscious consumerism. Can you tell us a bit more about how this relates specifically to Beyond Bamboo and how digitalization has helped you do that?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you so much, Namir, for that wonderful introduction, and really lovely to be here and be able to contribute to what I'm sure will be a fantastic panel discussion. So in terms of Beyond Bamboo and the work that we do, we really started the organisation, as we have done with all of the companies that I'm involved with, looking at that brand perspective and looking at creating something that is truly trusted, something that is going to make a difference, and something that makes it really easy for consumers to be able to go on a journey and know that everything that we're putting out there is in alignment with their values and can be totally trusted in terms of the brand language that we're using, the claims that we're making. So we really started from that positioning. And I think that part of that came from my previous life, working just as a management consultancy, where I was going into organizations and we were looking at triple bottom line reporting, so people, planet and profit, and sustainability, and working with brands where they were making bold claims about what they were doing with the planet and what they were doing with people, but there was no evidence behind that. And there was a few organizations that got named and shamed, and because of the digitalization of their brands, people walked away and they boycott them. So I think it really started to highlight the need for organizations to be really honest in what they were saying to their consumers. Despite that, as recently as 3.5 weeks ago, the Green Claims Code was published in the UK, and it highlighted that nearly 40% of the claims that are made online by brands in the UK were false, especially in the sustainability and the eco space. So now there's a huge amount of energy that's going to go into making sure that organizations who are making claims have evidence behind them. So within Beyond Bamboo, not only are we a marketplace and a business-to-business wholesale, but we've worked really hard over the last 1.5 years with Ethical Consumer to create an accreditation. So we put ourselves through that accreditation. We hold ourselves up to very high standards and provide evidence for everything that we're saying we're going to do. And we ensure that all of our sellers and our suppliers and our clients do exactly the same. And I think digitalization has made that not only really important, but really easy. Because if you get found out for not showing evidence for the claims you're making, then your customers will walk. And I think it's really important for organizations in the future to ensure that they are really adhering to that.
Amazing, great. David, you're the incoming president of the World Design Organization. You have a staggering experience when it comes to industrial design. I would love to hear your point of view on how you believe industrial design and innovation actually impact branding.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Namir, and also for your invitation to be a panelist. I'm actually very proud to be associated with the World Design Organization. Primarily because of their focus on promoting design as a major driving force and a catalyst to create a better world. And they use the United Nations SDGs, by the way, as a guideline. So this includes, the sharing of knowledge, what we call design-driven innovation that can enhance economic, social, cultural, and also environmental quality of life. You probably don't know this, but the WDO networks to about 400,000 designers around the world through its membership of almost 200 member organizations. The corporate member pillar of WDO actually includes quite a number of very well-known global brands. So these include Samsung, Bombardier Recreational Products, Brown, BMW, Alessi, Olivetti, and Tupperware, just to name a few. And this is because all major international companies and brand owners, they understand that good design sells, and good design has made products successful in the marketplace. So design can play an important and strategic role in raising brand value for a company. When a company develops a design lexicon, over time, the design language can actually become synonymous with the brand identity. So think about BMW as an example. The German car company has been in existence since 1916, over 100 years ago. But in 1933, they came out with the BMW 303. Which was the first BMW with a well-recognized pair of kidney-shaped openings in the front, which is known as the kidney grille. And since then, BMW has launched many car models over time. Even 90 years later, all of them can be recognized as a BMW car without people even looking at the logo. So it's pretty astounding what design can provide. In a world that's actually really crowded with competing new products, companies who produce in other sessions, it helps to build trust and loyalty and preference. So with great design and function and quality, if people have a positive experience, they will build trust with potentially long-term loyalty and preference for the brand. There's also a phenomenon called social proofing. People learn about brands from their families. They learn from their friends. They learn from people who they know when they ask for advice. And if other people close by have had a good experience, they will also be more willing to make the purchase. So a brand trust has a very powerful spillover effect into adjacent or even potentially non-related product categories. For example, another member of WDO, Samsung, they are exceptionally well known as a global company who manufactures televisions and consumer electronics. They're the global leader in this category by far. They've had great design and also a very great brand name, which many consumers recognize and they follow. And many consumers aspire to purchase their products. So if Samsung were to theoretically come up with a product in a totally different category, where they perhaps have zero market share, for example, perhaps a battery-powered lawnmower, consumers would not hesitate to spend money and to purchase the new product because they already have built trust and already have high confidence due to a close relationship they've already built with the brand.
Absolutely, David, very interesting. I have a follow-up question on this, David. So in the past, design, design has always played an important role when it comes to a brand. And in the past, before the world was so digital, design, whether through magazine advertising, was important because you looked at a product, it looked good, and that was a way to attract people into a physical store where they could then look at the product before purchasing it. In the digital world, people are purchasing products online before the ability of getting to see the product, touch the product, or even test the product. Has design become even more important because the convincing power that you have now is purely virtual, and you're not really bringing them into a physical store to be able to convince them? How much more of an important role does design play in this?
Yeah, for sure. I think that COVID has certainly made a very rapid progression of consumers into the digital space. Before that, people used to go out, and shop at, malls and stores of their choosing. But since most countries were locked down for already more than a year, it has become more critical, I think, to be able to offer products and services online. Design does play a role. Design is actually not new to the digital world. Even product creation today takes place in the virtual world. There is a company known as Dassault Systems, based out of France, which is the world's leading provider in the digital space for 3D design. Those of you who are familiar with how products are developed will know this. They're also good at simulation and digital manufacturing. And the platform is actually used as a tool to design consumer products as well as other high technology products like automotive and aerospace. So I think that definitely as an outgrowth of this development, the sales organizations are also utilizing the same models that are created through the design process to highlight products even before they're made. So this gives them an opportunity, number one, to go for VOC, the voice of the customer, and get relevant feedback is extremely fast. And then it would situate them pretty well, I think, when it's time to actually launch their product.
Okay. I'll come back to you, David, because this is a topic that I am passionate about, design in general and how digitalization is going to be impacting this. Maurice, over to you. Your perspective in developing a country e-brand. Many people can say that they've worked on e-product launches, but not a country e-brand. How has digitalization helped to create and establish e-Estonia?
Yeah, hello. First, I want to thank you for this, for the invitation to this very crucial panel with this distinguished guests, and greetings from wintry Tallinn. If we talk about brand and digitalization, then eStonia brand is based on digitalization. So maybe I will go back for around 10 years. And actually, I wanted to ask from the participants, unfortunately, I can't see you, but if I would see you, I would ask how many of you know about Estonia? I'm pretty sure that maybe you have heard about our digital nation, but I'm pretty sure that if I would have asked this question, for example, 10 years ago, you have either known anything, or maybe you have known that Estonia is a small country in Eastern Europe with ex-Soviet background. And we saw that a lot in 10, 15 years ago, and we wanted to change that. And as we started to digitalize our government already in the early 90s, because we didn't have any legacy, and as Namir already said, that 99% of our public services are online. I just recently, last week, we voted online for the local election, and almost 50% of our voters voted online. So we saw that as our advantage and our unique selling point. We saw that we were digitalization, in terms of country digitalization, we were the pioneers or the first ones. So we thought that we will build our brand, our country brand around this, because this was also the main export that Estonia was doing. And as Estonians tend to be quite humble and self-critical, especially when it comes to digitalization. Every Estonians think that we are not doing very good. And we don't want to oversell. But if you're building a brand, and part of branding is showing yourself on the brighter side, or on the better side. So we built up on the brand, on the story of being the pathfinders of digitalization. So be it in the right or the wrong path. So we don't say that Estonia is the right path, you have to follow us. But part of our core value is also being honest, being transparent, and learning from our mistakes. So for example, if Estonia was severely attacked in 2007 by cyber attacks, we weren't hiding that. We immediately tell it to the world, and we brought the topic of cybersecurity on the national, international diplomacy, and the NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence was built at that time, and so on. So the story is that we are learning from our mistakes and others, and we want the world also to do that. So we have changed during this 10-15 years as eStonia brand is evolved. We have changed the messages, facts, the stories around it, but the main focus, being the pathfinder of digitalization, has stayed the same.
Great. And you know, one thing you're saying, Maurice, is the importance of being straightforward and honest today in the digital world. Tiffany, you know, we talked about how habits are changing, you know, consumer habits are changing. Beyond Bamboo is actually built on that narrative, on the need for consumers to want more sustainable products. Consumers want to know where and how these products are being sourced. You touched on that earlier. How, you know, what role does digitalization play in substantiating and building trust around these green claims that companies make? It's easy to make false claims. It's also easy to get away with it. How can digitalization manage that or control that?
Yeah, so first of all, just going back to what Marie said about being totally honest and transparent about the things that are happening that aren't perhaps being done as well as the other things. And I think that, you know, from the work that I'm doing with consumers and also with our clients, it's the understanding that people out there, the population, would rather that you are honest about what you're doing really well, but also what you're not doing so well, because then they're more likely to trust you than for you to say, we are totally changing the world, we are totally sustainable, etc. And then them finding out that isn't true, and then they don't know how to trust anything else that you've said. And so I think, you know, one of the things is being very, very honest about where you're at on your journey. And we are doing that. So I consider Beyond Bamboo and the work that we're doing to be very, you know, far ahead of a lot of organizations and brands, because we've specifically built ourselves on this premise. However, we are totally transparent on our site about what we do and what we don't do. And also all of the sellers and suppliers that are working with us, we have what we call look behind the label. And we are very clear with people about where they're at on their journey in terms of our accreditation. But also we don't just sort of say, okay, well, they're scoring very low on this. What we say is that this is an area that needs development, and here's what we're doing to help them. And here's what they're doing to help themselves. So I think that storytelling, that honesty, that, you know, we're doing the best that we can do right now is really important to people. And the digital landscape provides the perfect space to do that, because you can constantly update. It doesn't mean that, you know, before being able to do things digitally and people had to come into your store and see a physical product, if they didn't like what they saw, or if they looked into it and they found there was child labor or whatever there might be, they might never come into your store again. But with digitalization, you can continuously evolve your story and you can update your story. So again, to what Marie said about, you know, with cybersecurity, they didn't do something so well as they wanted to. Well, now let's show you what we're doing and let's constantly update you. And it makes people feel like you're taking responsibility and you're owning where you're at and your journey. And the constant communication makes them feel secure in the fact that you are taking them seriously in terms of their, you know, their consumerism and their trust in you and everything else. So I think that, you know, we're at a time in our evolution as businesses and as individuals where there aren't any hiding places anymore, where you've got, you know, information at the tips of your fingertips all the time. And if you do something that is untrue, if you make false claims, it only takes one thing and that could be the total end of your brand. And I think that that's great. I think it's really, really important, because it's forcing all of us to take a look at what we're doing and become even better versions of ourselves. And, you know, we aspire at Beyond Bamboo and at Phoenix Rising and Roundtable to be pioneers and role models in this space. And we're documenting our journey every single step of the way. We're constantly asking for feedback from our sellers, from our consumers, from our contributors, from our employees, and we're sharing those stories as well. And I think that organizations that decide to go down that route and really kind of take seriously what's happening at the moment in terms of that brand communication and brand awareness are going to be the ones that survive in the future, and not just survive but thrive, because people will want to be part of their journey and they'll want to, it's like a lifestyle choice, right? You either go with keeping your head in the sand and doing what you've always done and it's efficient and it's easy, or with Beyond Bamboo, for example, you go with something that might not be totally convenient in terms of fast delivery, but you know that we've vetted it every single step of the way and that we've done the hard work so you don't need to. So I think it's going back to what I said before about making it easy for people to make conscious choices, and that's our job, right? And I take that really seriously.
Amazing. Difficult question for you, Tiffany. You know, I own a restaurant brand here in Dubai. It's a healthy food concept. We try our best. It's almost impossible to get that 100% accurate all the time, but we try our best to source organic ingredients, and that's a big part of the brand identity. Dubai obviously imports a lot of its produce rather than growing it locally, even though we're starting to find a lot more homegrown produce, but we still do import a lot of our produce, and we don't always have access to organic produce. It's easy for me to say that the lettuce that I'm sourcing is organic, even when it's not. It's extremely difficult for, you know, consumers to call us out on that, or to even prove that we're not being honest about it, right? I agree with you. If you are called out, that could be the end of you as a brand. And conscious people tend to be honest. But there are, digitalization and the digital world does also open the door for, people that are not necessarily honest and are just looking at their bottom line and want to make sure that they're selling. I can come out on a typical week and say, all my produce is organic. When it's not, there's a high likelihood nobody will find out. How do we manage that situation? How do you control that situation? How do I know Beyond Bamboo is sourcing only sustainable products? And how will digitalization help in substantiating that, in making sure that people are, being truthful about their claims?
So I think that from my perspective, where it starts is intention and integrity. And of course, there's people out there that don't care, right? There's people out there who are just going to jump on the greenwashing bandwagon and they're going to try and utilize that to sell more products. And it's very difficult to stop that, right? That's what happens. And I think that each of us as human beings, it's our responsibility whenever we're making a choice about where to eat, what to buy, what to do, is that we've got to ask ourselves the question, do I know enough about that? Now, going back to what I was saying previously with Beyond Bamboo, is that we have committed to doing that hard work and we're totally transparent with our entire process, including the evidence that we require from our sellers and our suppliers and our clients to demonstrate. So we don't just have a checkbox that says, are you doing X, Y, and Z? What we say is, are you doing that? And if you are, show us. And we need to have proof and evidence for that. So I think that, anybody that's coming into your restaurant, so first of all, it is your responsibility from being, having integrity, being honest, being somebody that has principles to say, if I'm making those claims, I want to make sure that it's true, and being self-aware and courageous enough to say, look, at the moment, we can't source organic lettuces from here, but here's what we're doing about it, and committing to projects and progression whereby you can start to source them, and also where you can, maybe start something in the local community that's about educating around that. So first of all, that's your responsibility. And then secondly, coming into a restaurant, I have a responsibility to myself and to other people that come in to make sure that I'm not just believing what you say because it's easy. And I think that's it. And I think that the world is changing. And I think that energetically through the pandemic as well, we've seen a massive upturn in the number of people that are making conscious decisions. So in 2019, in the UK alone, the ethical spend on online purchases was around 40 billion, and that's now gone up to 91 in just 2 years. And I think that's because people have got more time, they've got more time to look into things, they're at home with their families more, and they're just being more conscious about what they're doing. And so I think that eventually it will become mandatory, Namir, but it will be based on that evidence, and it's no longer good enough just to say that you're doing something. You have to show how you're doing it. And then from our perspective, we've got 4 pillars. We've got people, planet, projects, and progression. And the 4th one is aspirational. So we're working with all of our people in terms of sellers, suppliers, etc., to say, what are your big goals? What are your aspirations? So you're here now and that's great, but how can we work with you and help you to become the best version of yourself? And I think that everybody will have to do that eventually, because otherwise they just won't be able to sell to consumers, but everyone has to take responsibility for it.
Absolutely. Consumer demand, David, sustainability, it's here to stay. My kids are growing up in a household where they do beach cleanups every 2 or 3 weeks. They would frown upon people on the streets that are drinking out of a plastic bottle. And the reality is, this is how this future generation is being wired, right? Sustainability and sustainable products are very important. I know that the World Design Organization has a big focus on innovation for sustainability. Can you give some insight on how this focus can, enhance brand value?
Yes, Namir, thank you. So consumers expect brands to be responsible, and whether that happens to be in promoting sustainability or even safety. They expect a brand to stand for something, and to represent values which are important to consumers. the WDO normally likes to connect this with UN SDG 12, right? Because it stands for responsible consumption and also responsible production, basically focusing on encouraging the efficient use of our precious resources in the world. And with the world's limited resources and, I guess you could call it growing unfavorable environmental conditions, there's a significant effort being placed on designers to design sustainable products. And today there is a strong initiative by major companies where almost every global brand also has an environmental sustainable strategy. So designers should take the opportunity to design products that use alternative materials. But even more than that, we should also be encouraging and applying responsible behaviors. And brands can communicate causes and they can create opportunities for people so that people by themselves can also be environmentally friendly and take steps to reduce their own carbon footprints. I think a lot of this has to do with education. When I was at Tupperware, we found out that if we taught people to wash their housewares in cold water rather than in hot water, they could immediately reduce their carbon footprint in half. It's really amazing. All it takes is good design and good education for people who use products that we design. We took this a step further, and we were also developing food storage containers with science from universities that focus on extending the freshness of food, right? So this was accomplished by treating fruits and vegetables as living entities, which they are. So basically it meant opening up a measured ventilation in the container, allowing them to breathe based on respiration rates. And it allowed vegetables to be stored up to 4 weeks longer. That is also pretty amazing. So you can see how design and technology in this case allows the consumer to save money, allows them to reduce the amount of food being thrown away, which lessens greenhouse gases. And it turned out to be really a great brand message to help, the consumer build a world that we want to live in, both for ourselves and also for our children.
Fantastic. Thank you, David. Maurice, like brands, countries are starting to realize the importance of digitalization and how this can support a country's identity. The question is, what makes a country brand successful? With products, you look at your sales figures and that kind of helps you identify success or failure. How do you measure this when it comes to a country brand?
Yeah, it's an excellent, great question, and we have been dealing with that since the beginning. Because if you build a brand, you have to be able to measure the results, and as you said also that it's not a product that you can just measure the financial performance. But we have come up with several factors or indicators that we look at. First of all, it's our ICT sector's export, because the brand, eStonia brand, actually one of the push that it was established was by our ICT companies and sector who has been building the same online services together with the state. Second is, of course, the media coverage. We look at we monitor the media, the top tier technology, business, tech media, and monitor how much eStonia is covered there. Then we in eStonia Briefing Center, where I work, we are responsible for the brand, and we also brief other countries, public and private sector, on the digitalization. So we also look at the number of contacts and number of inquiries that we get on the briefing, and it's growing as you can see, and especially with the COVID, that when everybody sees that they have to be online and digital, not only brands, but also the states. And also, of course, it's very important how to measure the brand in the international audience. So last year we conducted the first qualitative and quantitative survey on the international brand. So we think we are doing great, but we don't know that. So we did the first survey, and we want to continue it in the next years, so to see the results and see if it's getting any better or not. But as I said, it's not easy to do it. So if you have any, or people in the audience have any suggestions, what else we can do, how to measure our country brands, so we are eager for the different advice and thoughts on it.
Is this an invitation to the audience to come to Estonia and give you some innovative ideas?
Yes, especially. As I think, yeah, there's so many great minds here.
Excellent, great. Two more questions, one for you, Tiffany. David, I have one for you as well. Tiffany, digitalization, important. How much of a role does it play in helping you to source the products that you sell online? If a brand is not online, if a brand is not digitalized, you're not going to find them, are you? And they're not going to end up on your platform, and they're losing out. How important is digitalization to that process when you search for new brands to place on your platform?
It's a good question. It's incredibly important to us. So we don't have the bandwidth to be able to be exploring cities and places and going and finding brands that aren't digitalized. Of course, there are ones that, we get word of mouth, but actually we still need them to be able to have, digital copies of their products, their information. And if it's all just based on them having a physical space, it's very difficult for us to be able to promote them and share their stories and so on. And in actual fact, the B2B side of our business, where we're working in hospitality, and we have a number of global hotel chains that are working with us to source, we have had to use a digitalized approach to be able to source suppliers and to look into them and to communicate with them, because we're looking at all the regions in the world and we're creating relationships with people that are we have to be able to look at their websites, we have to be able to look at their products and all the information there. So I think we're getting to a stage, especially since COVID and lockdown, and people are so much more cautious about going out into shops and purchasing. People want to buy online and they also want to buy locally. And one of our missions is to ensure that everything we're offering is locally sourced. So regardless of where you are, let's say you're in the UAE, we will source all the products that you need there for you. But our team will be dispersed globally. So we have to be able to have this ability to be able to look at your digitalized offering. And so, for us, it's incredibly important. And I think also just in terms of transparency and telling your story and demonstrating that what you're saying is true, you have to have that evidence online as well. So certainly for us anyway, it's very difficult to work with anybody that doesn't have that kind of digital presence.
Absolutely. David, final question for you. Digitalization has given us all tremendous access to people and talent all over the world. Does it make sense for brands to only focus on their internal talent when it comes to design processes? Or shouldn't all brands be open to crowdsourcing design, for their new products from people all over the world? Today, you can crowdsource a logo or a landscaping design for your garden. Should companies be tapping into the global design talent pool when it comes to designing new products?
Yeah, so the answer to that, Namir, is yes. Most companies, they actually don't have all of the competencies, that they're interested in, because technology opportunities are vast. If you're talking about, for example, IoT, for example, it can cover so many different areas of product categories. So in order to really look at, how to get to market faster and how to get the best ideas, people should really focus on building partnerships. They say that collaboration, is the new strategic advantage. So it's really important to be able to connect with partners who can help you build your product faster. You don't have to have the competency in-house anymore to extend your reach. You just need to find the proper partners who have the competency that you can build your platform on top of. That'll help you get to market faster much more reliably, especially if you don't have to climb the learning curve all the way from zero. And also, to reduce the risk and the cost. So there are many, many advantages to working with external partners. Definitely open innovation, I guess is the correct term. It can take on many forms. Part of it would be crowd sourcing of ideas. And I know that some companies are actively engaged as well in terms of getting feedback for their design concepts, before they are launched, by putting them on a platform where you're not only focused on crowdsourcing, but also, focus on crowdfunding, for example. You have the ability to, get feedback in terms of what customers are willing to pay for your added features and benefits. Of course, that's super important because you can always add, cost. The question is, what kind of returns will you get from it? So the important thing is that when you do open it up for crowdfunding, in a very strategic way, customers vote with their dollars, right? So you can get that feedback, and get some real good recognition in terms of what that value is worth to the customer.
Great. David, Marie, Tiffany, I think we're out of time. I would have loved to continue this. I think we probably need another hour with all the insights that we're getting here. Thank you so much for your insights today, for your valuable input. I think our colleagues who have watched this must have learned a lot today. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, once more, hello from the 17th floor at the United Nations building at the UNIDO headquarters here in Vienna. We are now ready for our next hour of inputs at this year's Brand Global Summit because now we are ready and would love to share with you voices and best practice cases. So there's a bunch of people who will now just kind of pitch for you and have their 15-minute slots to share their insights and expertise with you. And the first to talk to you will be Cornelia Grossmann. She's associate partner at Batten & Company, and she would like to share with you how to address multicultural challenges in brand management. It's a pleasure to have you with us, Cornelia. Happy to have you.
Thank you for the nice welcome and introduction. And yes, thank you for having me as well. Let's get started to fit this tight agenda schedule. As Sonia has mentioned, there are a bunch of other people who want to share cases and best practices with you. So unlike the previous panels, I've actually brought some slides and some videos to share with you. So let's get that started, please. So, Sonia has already mentioned the topic of this talk is how to address multicultural challenges in brand management. And let me just give you a brief context of me and my role so that you know from which perspective I'm arguing that. So I'm a partner at Batten & Company, which is the quick introduction that I will give at the beginning. And then we'll talk about international brand management strategies in general, about a case example with some actual insights from a real project, and then have some recommendations at the end. So, quick background. As Sonia has mentioned, I'm a partner at Batten & Company. We are a consulting firm for marketing and sales strategy. And I'm heading up our Munich office and also our practice for brand management, which is the reason why I'm here today. And just a quick overview here. So we are part of the large BBDO network, one of the biggest agency networks in the world. We have a footprint in Germany, of course, at Batten & Company, and we work to develop marketing and market-based strategies for different industries and I would say large and medium-sized brands. And let me quickly give you an overview about our global footprint to show you, next one please, to show you where we are in the world. So you can see the BBDO network is spread across the world, which definitely makes it possible for us to talk about multicultural challenges in brand management because we can address them across our network. So, not a lot of introduction needed today, I think, with this short slot. Let's actually dive right into the content. So, international brand management strategies. If we talk about that, there are actually two different general approaches that we could use. So, you can either have centralized or decentralized brand management strategies. I think if those of you listening are brand managers, you're going to be familiar with both of those. If you're not, I'm just quickly run you through a few points. If you have a centralized brand strategy, what you can do is you approach the global market as similar as possible. That leads to high cost efficiency. And of course, very unified branding that you can realize across the globe. And of course, you have the expertise in the headquarters that can influence a lot of the actions across the globe. The disadvantages of a centralized approach are actually the advantages of a decentralized approach. Because with a decentralized global brand management, you'll have higher organizational flexibility, you'll have the ability to cater to very different local market competitions and meet local expectations, and you'll definitely have a higher granularity in your strategy when you translate it into marketing efficiency. So there are upsides and downsides of both approaches, and global brands have always been somewhere on this continuum between centralized and decentralized strategies. And what we want to talk about today, or what I would like to talk about today, is giving you a few examples how centralized can work well and can not work so well. So you see some best and worst cases, and then also see how we approach this in an actual client project. So to give this a bit of more color, not just bullet points on a slide, let's have a look at a good example for a decentralized brand strategy. So you all will know the brand Nike for sure. And we will have a look at those cases and the adaptation to local culture always from a Chinese perspective today. Why? Because that actually fits well with the case that I'm going to present later. So we are already kind of getting into the topic. So Nike, of course, they have their Just Do It campaign, and there is a certain centrality about their brand management across the globe. But what they definitely do is they do adapt it to the local market. So they're not just coming, translating their content, and then rolling it over the markets. They did this when they explained their Just Do It for the first time. They also did this when they did the Dream Crazier. And to now show you how those differences can be approached, let's have a look at a first video, which shows us the Dream Crazier campaign on a global level. You should be able to hear some sound, otherwise this is going to be okay. No sounds? Okay, this is going to be a bit hard without sound, because then you're probably going to miss a lot of what is different about the two clips. I can of course try to explain a bit, but obviously I'm not going to live up to the creative work of Nike just on the spot right now. So let me briefly then explain it to you instead of looking at or having the sound for the videos. So the Dream Crazier campaign is about women's empowerment in sports. Like, as you see in this current scene, is about the first woman running a marathon, and she was told that she's crazy running a marathon. This lady was told she's crazy managing an NBA team, and so on. There's a lot of this idea of well, you can't do this. This is not the sport for you. And then obviously the message of the sport is the dream crazier, so that you can actually do it. So that relates nicely back to the Just Do It campaign, of course, but it shows you, well, how much crazier you can dream when you can just do it. I think it's going to be a bit pointless to play the Chinese video to you in comparison, because you're not going to hear the sound, and they've significantly changed the storytelling, but they've brought across the same message also in the Chinese video. So let me explain it to you instead of showing the video to you then. In the Chinese culture, obviously, there's female empowerment. Now you can hear it.
做女人多简单，总有人教你怎么做。铁饭碗落后，走不了路，还滑雪，太逞强了。又是女博士，又是 MVP， 早点嫁人吧。 被说过了，太过了，我们越是要继续。
So, as you can see, 2 spots, both Nike spots, both Dream Crazier campaign, and they did bring across the same messaging, but one was for the US market, one was for the Chinese market, and it's usually not enough to address multicultural challenges in brand management to just translate your content. Just using the American spot and give it a Chinese voiceover would not have served the same purpose, because the narrative for women in China is very different than it is for women in the US, but you can still stick to the core of the brand and stick to your brand messaging, but you need to approach it differently and really adapt to the local cultures. So this as a best practice example, obviously Nike is one of the best managed brand in the world. Let's have a look at how this can fail if you don't pay attention to local sensitivities. So here we have obviously also a very international brand, Dolce & Gabbana, and we also look at an example for the Chinese market. You see the ad here, there's no video this time, so you see they had a series of ads with a Chinese model struggling to eat pizza and pasta with chopsticks. It should be noted that Dolce & Gabbana has used the same kind of humor in other countries and other regions of the world where they didn't have any issues with that. But obviously this type of humor, this type of self-depreciating humor, not really kind of making a bit fun of cultural traditions that might work very well in some regions where it is appreciated as funny. It did not work at all in China. Actually, they had significant boycotts. They had to call off their Shanghai fashion show. A lot of celebrities distanced themselves from Dolce & Gabbana. Online retailers, department stores pulled their brands from their shops. And you see this is an established luxury brand, so that didn't protect it from this lack of sensitivity for the local culture. So a best practice from Nike, a kind of worst practice or watch out in that case from Dolce & Gabbana. And now let's have a look at how we solved this with one of our clients, Smart. Not sure if everyone around the globe knows Smart. Definitely in Europe you will, in parts of Asia, in the US you will as well. So Smart is an iconic automotive brand, and a few years ago they faced the challenge that they became a new ownership. It's now a joint venture between Daimler and Geely. That's public knowledge, no secrets here. And obviously they also turned into the first all-electric car brand, the first major car brand to actually make that shift from combustion engines to all-electric car engines. And so with those two shifts, we came from a very small, very, very small compact car to a compact SUV model product range that is now also marketed by a new owner and to a more different market with a larger focus on China. And so you see here in comparison where the brand came from, the small Smart for 2, and then that's the tradition, that's the heritage, that's the iconic design of the brand. And then the new compact SUV car, that's actually their show car that they just launched this year on the IAA and comparable automotive shows. So this is where the brand moved to. And they also then had a stronger focus on the Chinese market, given their new co-owner, Geely. So where did the Smart brand came from? It came from, well, you can see it here in all those ads. It came really from a tradition of being a funny, rebellious brand, kind of always making fun of its own size, how it is so small, smaller than the others, but really kind of making the best of it, being very resourceful. So rebellious, challenging the status quo, being funny, but also, and that's very important, making fun of itself. And let's have a look at a quick video again to kind of give you an idea. Much awarded work from our colleagues at UNIDO. So, as you can see, there's really been that humor of making fun about themselves in that spot, right? So it's really pinpointed the idea of, that's not a car, an off-road car that is sinking in the water. It's not getting up the hill. So, but it's definitely parking way better in the city than the large SUVs, and that's what the car is made for, though it's perfect for its use. But you see this type of humor, kind of, again, a self-deprecating humor that always been part of the identity of smart, this irony, this making fun of ourselves. And let's have a look where smart is now, because with a larger, higher focus on the Chinese market, of course, it was important to contain and keep this identity of smart and not to lose it. So a bit of this idea of being rebellious should be kept. A bit of this idea of being humorous should be kept. But for the Chinese market, where the car as part of the Mercedes family is seen as premium or light premium, that's how it's positioned. It's important for a more status-driven culture that this is not something that makes fun of itself, because that would not be a purchase driver in a market like China. So, but we also still wanted to be relevant to the European market, because both markets need to be catered by a brand that at the core should have one identity that works for both regions, but then of course can be translated into different communication and brand activation activities. So what the brand did, you actually see a screenshot there of their CEO presenting the new strategy. There was a brand renewal, business model innovation, and a new product offering, and we worked with them on the brand renewal. And for the brand renewal, we took a few, I'm not going to guide you through the whole process, just a few key points that we considered in the brand renewal process. So we kept the idea of being funny, so humor should still be in the DNA of that brand, but now it's a fun type of, it's joie de vivre, which actually is a French word but works good in both cultures. So this idea, this joy of life that it embodies, still being funny but not ironic about itself. Instead of being too rebellious and challenging the status quo all the time, we focused more on the part of the brand where it is a pioneer at heart that always moved forward for a better future, for a smarter future, actually. You'll see in a moment why I mention this. And then we tried to position it more premium, which is very important for the Chinese market, but those of you who manage brands in the European market, you usually don't want to say premium about a brand. My point usually is, if a brand needs to say it's premium, it's not that premium. All actual premium brands don't need to say it out loud. They are perceived that way anyways. So trying to get those balance in, and let's have a look at a few snippets. So that is the new brand purpose and direction. That's actually a screenshot from their website. So again, no, that is public knowledge. Design a smarter future. This is where they're headed. And I've brought you a few of the brand activation snippets that their current agency is working on with them. So they always using this "what the future." You still see that bit of a humor, because I mean, you all can complete the "what the" sentence differently. I'm not going to do this on video now, but you still see they playing with some humor. But it's not irony about themselves. It's taking this idea of going forward, designing a smarter future. And here you see some of their ads at the moment. Cars can be good. And let's have a look at the cars can be good. It's the video on the right bottom. Let's have a look at it. So I've brought that video to show you there's still humor in the brand identity of smart. It's just not ironic about itself, and it nicely plays with this idea of electric cars being good for the future, but also just cars can be good. I'm not sure if we're running a bit short of time. I would have one additional video, but I can also just move on to the recommendations. Looking at timing. Not so sure. Okay, maybe then we can go back to the slide. On the bottom left, there is also another video just showing you how the car now also is more premium in their brand activation.
Smart.
Okay. So I think both of those videos gave you a good impression how the DNA of the car is kept while making it more premium and also making the brand still keeping it funny but in a different way. Some brief recommendations because I know I'm running out of time. So the title of this talk was How to Address Multicultural Challenges in Brand Management, and I have just 3 key takeaways that I would like to convey today. So one is always understand the desires, interests, and very importantly also the pain points of your multicultural audiences. And then don't simply translate strategy and content. Remember the Nike example. Adapt or build from scratch to reach the cultural group in question without compromising the brand core. This takeaway is really why I showed you the Nike example, because it really demonstrates that brilliantly, how you can stay true to the core messaging, to the brand core, but you have to adapt from scratch and can't just translate to really address both cultures. And finally, very important, work with multicultural inclusive teams internally and externally. So if you're managing a global brand, your internal teams should be set up globally, but your external partners, the agencies, the consultancies with whom you work, they should also be set up multiculturally, because then you get first-hand information, then you avoid stereotypes, and then you'll actually be able to address the challenges of multicultural brand management. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much, Cornelia. I think all of us could have listened even for hours still ahead. Thanks for bringing these examples. We're worshipping it very much that we have some insights now into what is going on in the car industry. And above that, as you used it as your last recommendation, if a global brand wants to address multicultural challenges, I think one of the issues of Brand Global Summit is whatever your brand is, consider it to be the global brand. So I think all the recommendations Cornelia just gave us are working for every brand, since your attitude and your purpose should be to work on a global market. And once more, thank you, Cornelia. And we are ready now to start into our next voice and best practice case. This one is remote, and it's from Bernd Wegenstein and Barnabas Ax. Both of them are working with Refinitiv. And Bernd, I think you're the first in line to just, I guess, then introduce Barnabas once more to our audience. Or is it already Barnabas starting?
No. It's me starting. Hi. Can you hear me well?
So hello, Bernd, and the next 15 minutes are yours.
Okay.
Thanks for being
excellent.
with us.
Thank you very much for having us. Very happy to be on. Barney, if I just may ask you to stop sharing, I'll start sharing my first 3 slides, and then you can jump in. Thanks, much appreciated. So I am sharing the screen. I hope that is now becoming visible. As mentioned, a quick intro maybe from my side before we jump into the topic and the introduction on who we are. So my name is Bernd Wegenstein. I'm the managing director of Refinitiv, which is the data and analytics division of LSEG, the London Stock Exchange Group in Vienna. As mentioned, we're very happy to be on. We deeply care about brands, obviously, and we even care more about what enables market participants to invest in brands in a sustainable way. So what we're going to talk about later, the section that Barney is going to cover is about exactly that sustainable investment and ESG scores. Before we actually go there, what I wanted to talk to you about is also briefly tell you who we are, and we might be very well be the oldest brand maybe on the call today ourselves with LSEG. We are, as the London Stock Exchange Group, central obviously to driving financial stability, and that's where we see our role in the markets. The other point I really would also make is that, and this was mentioned before in relationship to brand, the key importance that we see of trust, and this is a central role that we play well, I believe, for more than 200 years now, being that trusted partner in the middle and being the partner globally that empowers the financial ecosystem to a big extent. As such, we are very engaged with a lot of our clients regularly, viewing key trends. One of those we are going to talk about today specifically about the brand. Again, who are we? I said we might be the oldest one. Maybe there's somebody else that will have a different view later. But so our brand of London Stock Exchange goes back to 1801, when the London Stock Exchange was actually formed. It's not so much a consumer brand, obviously, but it has this vast history that we're bringing to the table with our clients. And again, I think the key topic is trust in the data. And the topic for today, and the name of the session is Data is the New Gold. I think it's truer than ever, and the main challenge that we see right now, and this is maybe where it differs from natural resources. It's not that you don't have enough. We all have enough data of sorts. It's not a quantity problem. The problem is what you do with it and how you can interpret it, and how that can lead to a better way of doing sustainable investment. We're a global company. We are representing a global team of 25,000 approximately globally in over 70 countries. So we have the global breadth and depth when we look at such issues. I think with that, we come to the key topic, which is among all the trends that we see, the key trends that we see right now that are shaping the industry, from digitalization to regulation. The thing that has changed quite dramatic over the last 10 years, I would say more and more, is the growth of sustainable investment, and how many of investment professionals now very actively use ESG factors as a way to allocate their investments and make decisions on and where they invest, where they can invest, and where not. And with that short intro, Barney, over to you. I'm just ending my slideshow and stopping to share.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to be here again. And of course, following the panel conversation that we had earlier, I'm bringing you a couple of slides. How does brand and sustainability sort of interrelate with each other? And of course, maybe on echoing Cornelia, I will also try to give you a couple of pointers on how to handle these things. Obviously, I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but I just wanted to show that in many cases when it comes to sustainability, and now highlighting climate change, there is no plan B. There is an addressable issue that is basically a shared concern by everybody, from global brands to members of these global brands supply chain. So it's a common interest to solve for it. These charts are basically showing the severity of the problem, and you know. What has driven me all the way through my career is that problem create opportunities, and this is what we see today. So I just want to, if there's just a few messages that you take away from this presentation, is that data shows and the perfect storm of regulation and R&D and public awareness is basically ensuring that that sustainability as the brand or as the target of solutions of companies and purpose is going to be a key success factor, if not the most important success factor in the 21st century. And when we talk about sustainability, there is, I think, a few things that we have to understand. And I'm trying to structure my thoughts around 4 points. You know, I know that it's always the why that should come first, but you see on the chart, so it's all good. I thought in this case it's very important to address what is it actually when we talk about sustainability, because it tends to be something that is always up in the air, some kind of etheric, something that we cannot grasp. And then talk about the whys, which we already discussed in the panel and the various stages of the conference, the hows and the throughs. The throughs are not so important in this case. It just, again, shows how something very holistic can be translated and manifest in actual strategies and action plans using specific technologies. So I was bringing to you the climate change as a starting point, but what I want to highlight is, of course, that sustainability is way more than just climate. It has a few and many more angles that we again discussed earlier, so I don't necessarily want to delve into that. But when we talk about sustainability or environmental and social governance with its latter word, there are two angles that a sustainability can be captured. One, and this has been kind of neglected up until now, is the nature of corporate activity, i.e. what is the purpose, what is the area of business where my company, where my brand is in. Of course, we have to be able to clearly define that, and of course, we as a company always show revenues to these purposes. So the nature of corporate activity is basically stating which activities, whether in renewables, energy sector, or fossil fuel extraction, do we work in. The other angle is the quality of corporate activity. So regardless of what industry group you are in, what your activity is, you have certain responsibilities, either as a fiduciary duty or even in your best interest to make certain that you are operating with as little possible externalities that are unaccounted for by your company. So the quality and the nature tend to go hand in hand. And according to the later regulations, such as the EU taxonomy, which we have quite clear focus on, and you would see uprising in all different regions of the globe, including Asia, is focusing on what do you do, how do you get your money, and whether there is enough that convinces us that you are trying to move to a more sustainable activity list. And this is very important because sustainability is not about divesting from fossils. It's about making fossil fuel companies to convert from oil companies to energy companies, for example. So to make them and give them the means and encourage them, facilitate them through either ways to do that change. And this is and how do you do that change, or why you would do that change as a company? There are several angles to it. One is the regulatory environment that is shown on the left-hand side, the EU taxonomy, the SFDR, etc. Given the time that I have left, I'm just rushing through this. The other one is the investor push. Asset managers are more often than not engaging with their holding companies and trying to make them, either do specific reporting or implement certain actions, either around climate change or pollution or circular economy. And all these should actually be in line with the corporate purpose. So there shouldn't be any discrepancy between the corporate purpose and the activities anyway. And the other two reasons is the profitability risk that was already discussed by Professor Unger. What I would also bring in here is the revenue risk. Revenue risk comes through when you are part of a supply chain and you are failing certain supply chain scrutinizations. You are deemed as risky, or you are deemed as a bad operating company. Because of the competition that is out there nowadays, you can quickly use your space in supply chain, and in that regard, that is basically the end of the company's life cycle. The hows were also discussed. You can do it either bottom up, coming from a board strategy, corporate strategy level, or you could do it on piece by pieces from bottom up, and BPRing one division after another, and using the success stories to create the momentum. Two things to mention here. One is that obviously it's not going to be an easy ride. However, what is more and more apparent is that because of the public hype, that kind of shareholder kind of push for always trying to exploit every dollar that is available in a company is becoming more patient. So all those restructurings that are basically supported through sustainability should enjoy a little more flexibility when it comes to short-term return generation.
Barnabas, I'm sorry.
The throughs are the technologies, in the case of climate change, it includes renewables that are deemed currently more expensive than the traditional ones. However, of course, as there is no plan B, and there is a need to solve for all those costs and solve for the sort of the just sharing of those costs. Whatever you do as a company, it's very important that you talk about what you are doing, as throughout the life cycle of all these what's, whys, and hows, there is data being generated and data being collected, and all these data can be used to basically communicate your efforts and make certain that they are in line with your brand and with your communication and purpose. So my very important sort of takeaway for this afternoon as brand management and sustainability, reaching back to the only change is constant, and in this case, change is very welcome. So when you do consider sustainability, then of course, first of all, adapt your strategy, and then secondly, adapt the messaging that is in line with that strategy, and third, do what you say. And fourth, report what you do. So make certain that you support every step of a change with the relevant disclosures. Markets are going to be fond of it.
Thank you very much.
With that
Barnabas,
in mind, I thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very good afternoon.
Thank you so much.
I'm here for any questions that might arise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And this was a very, very helpful presentation. Thanks for all the effort that went into that thoughts. And thanks also for starting with the what and not only with the why, but we're definitely kind of desperately running out of time. So I have to rush now to the next
I don't know,
input,
did you? Okay.
Which is
picking up?
From Elena. I hope, Elena, thank you very much, Barnabas. I have to now switch to Elena Marinina. She's deputy head at Ross Congress, and she will be with us remote as well. I'm just waiting for the technical team here at UNIDO to send her online. She will talk about brands and investments and give us a Russian perspective. Barnabas, again, thank you very much for being with us twice this Brand Global Summit, and we're just waiting for Elena. I hope you can hear us, Elena. We're a little bit on delay with our schedule. So if you just be with us for the next minutes, that would be fine. If it's not working, why not start with Philip in between? He is here on location, and Philip is around us. Okay, if Elena is ready, then just send her on air. I will be fine with that.
Implement a strategy for creative industries development for the coming 10 years. By introducing this strategy, the government aims to support the creation of brands that stipulate the origin and the heritage of our country. But also it supports creation of territories and cities branding in order to promote cultural tourism and create a right image and impression of the city. Among these examples, there are Moscow and St. Petersburg that are famous all around the world and have their own style. But also I would like to name Kazan as a city with a very different culture, or Khanty-Mansiysk as a city that by its brands promotes the heritage of nomads and indigenous Arctic folks. One of the fascinating examples is Vyborg, a small northern town that became quite famous because one of the communication agencies created visuals that highlighted its uniqueness. I believe it is important to integrate international experience, ideas, and new technologies when it comes to creating brands. Roscongress Foundation, being the major organizer of forums in Russia, stands at the origin of creative industries development by forming a communication platform that brings together everyone interested in creative economy. We were one of the co-founders of the first Russian Creativity Week and founders of Creative Business Forum, federal events devoted to promoting collaboration and national brand creation. Last year, Roscongress and UNIDO signed an agreement. Today, we are highly interested in making a showcase of UNIDO best practices when it comes to creating modern and competitive international brands. Therefore, I would like to suggest you making Global Brand Summit a part of Creative Business Forum in Sochi this February. Thank you, dear sirs and madams.
Thank you so much, dear Elena. Thank you.
So thank you very much to Moscow. Thanks for sharing your perspective and your best practices with us. We are now ready to have our next speaker on this Voices and Best Practices case panel, which is Filippo Zenta. He is, of course, quite known already to the audience of Brand Leadership Forum. He's Director of Public Affairs and Communications at Coca-Cola and Coca-Cola Global Sustainability, which is a joint effort. And we will learn from him now why this joint effort has its roots also at the Austrian branch of Coca-Cola. Happy to have you, Philip.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon from my side. I hope I can see my own presentation, which will help me. Oh, fantastic. Wonderful. So now it's quite a challenge now in 10 minutes to share with you some thoughts on sustainability with you. But I'll do my best to hopefully inspire you with some thoughts and ideas. Now, a brand that exists since 1886 must have something right in the DNA to be able to survive for such a long period of time. Just remember, we have had 2 world wars and a couple of crises, several pandemics. So this is not an easy place to survive, especially when you operate on a global level. But as it is with the good things, the positive things, it is also with the challenges, and things go always better together. And with this, I really would like to share with you some thoughts on that. The biggest issue, the biggest challenges we are currently facing and working on is the topicality of sustainability when we look is from a perspective of packaging and packaging waste. Now, our commitment from the Coca-Cola Company is a very far-reaching. By 2030, actually, we want to have all our packages back globally. So it's a big shot. It's like going to the moon. And we have several steps actually in between that we would like to arrange and actually achieve up front. This, and you see 3 areas. The one is the design area. Go back, please. One is the design element, which we have to tackle so that our packages will be in a shape that is as little as possible resource intensive. And it needs to have at least 50% of recycled material by 2025. The collection one I have already mentioned, and with all the big elements, it is never possible to do this alone. So you need to partner. One example, and this is on the next slide, is something we have actually announced just this year. The goal, as mentioned, is to get all the packages back. But what are we doing with the ones that are already been littered unnecessarily in the sea or in rivers? And so we are cooperating with an organization called the Ocean Cleanup Project. That because we have only a smaller fraction of rivers that actually carry 80% of all the littering. And we need to get this out of the rivers and out of the oceans. And what you see on the slide is a so-called interceptor, which is actually scanning the ocean or scanning the rivers and take out whatever is not there and supposed to be there, like fish. And with that plastic, it is actually getting the second life, being used for another round as a packaging, not just for us, but also for other items. A second element I want to show you is a local one. And when it comes to collection, we need really to look into innovative solution. To bring back all the packages needs and requires some new approaches. And what you see is a collection of the Austrian beverage industry where we are incentivizing currently in the area of Vienna. People that bring back the packages, scan them up front before they are collected in a yellow bin, and then get on a weekly basis rewards like vouchers for Domino's Pizza or Burger King or any type of small incentive. And if you're doing a good job, you can also be selected for a monthly reward, which is a hotel voucher. This system actually worked far better than we thought and is encouraging us to use digital solutions going forward. Just imagine one day that you have, go back please, just imagine one day that you have a code on your package that makes the package unique. And that with that you can actually track the package and make sure when you have it collected back, the package is actually registered as a collected back one. So it is easier for you to understand where and when you have the packages in the market and whether you achieve or whether you're close to the goal of 90% what the EU requires or even 100% what we are trying to achieve by 2030. This is far-reaching, but this is also important for us to really get our key targets on track. The next slide, you see another thing, and looking back into what have been big issues for us, is, for example, the topicality of obesity and the contribution of the beverage industry by providing calories. It's about 3% of the calories that are from the beverage industry, namely the alcohol-free beverage industry. And we have since 2000 firstly reduced it by 12%, then another 10%, and we are going further for 2025 on a European commitment to make our contribution to calories even less with another 10%. So you see we have already reduced by 1/3, and we're going this route. As it's not possible to do this endlessly, but you see it's working, and we've so far been the only industry that has made this pledge and the only one that actually achieved this pledge. And going to a very last one is another area in sustainability is the area of inclusion, which is very important for us. We are a founding partner of the Special Olympics movement. We are supporting the LGBTI community in several areas and in several countries. And we are also supporting the idea of social entrepreneurship or women entrepreneurship. We just finished in 2020 a huge commitment where we said we empowered 5 million women around the world to become their own entrepreneurs. But as you can imagine, all these things together are how do you communicate this with consumers? And we found, I think, a sweet spot going forward. Just launched this on a global level, a spot where e-gamers are actually also not just fighting against each other, but also can celebrate peace with each other. And if we can now show the spots I provided, that would be great, which is my final slide. Thank you.
Putting down the weapons.
You seeing this?
That's the real magic. Thank you very much, Philip, for bringing us this, I think, very special and lovely spot. Well, we're now looking forward to hear our next speaker on these best practices and cases. And it's Christoph Schuh, Head of Communication and Reputation Management at the Austrian Power Grid company. And he's talking about sustainable brand management of an infrastructure company. So this is something special, but I think something very important around the globe. So we hope you can learn from his insights. Happy to have you, Christoph.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Yeah, it's a big change, let me say it this way, from a consumer product into an infrastructure product. APG, I think some of you might do not know what we are doing. APG is the Austrian transmission system operator. We are responsible for the whole security of the electricity system in Austria. And what is more important in our days today, we are also a relevant factor within the energy change. It's about integrating the renewables, the whole storage facilities in Austria. And so I think for the whole infrastructure sector, we can say that sustainability is in our DNA. Because it does not require short-term decisions, but an effective brand strategy which serves the long-term corporate purpose. In our case, the managing of the electricity system. Particularly, brands that represent infrastructure facilities or public amenities are obliged to pursue a sustainable brand management. Such as, and just to make a switch from plant operators, hospitals, also educational institutions, universities, and all other infrastructure which are organized in a linear way, like the road system or the train system. These facilities were established to provide services for not only 2 or 3 years, or for just a short decade. It's built for generation. Like a train station, for example, intends to offer public services for decades, just like the train tracks that lead to one area to another. The oldest pylons, for example, of our infrastructure, of the grid infrastructure in Austria, is around 100 years old. We are talking about 3 or 4 generations. And they are still in place, they are still working. From Lake Neusiedl to Lake Constance. These physical infrastructure elements persist for generations and create something which is very necessary for the whole brand management effects. They create trust. Trust for the consumers, trust for the whole society. And the expectations, for example, when a man or woman goes to a hospital or a teacher at the school or the expert knowledge of universities, the operators of public transport services as well, or as producers in the electricity sector or grid operators. This trust, from my point of view, is crucial for the high profile of a brand and vice versa. This is a correlation that always has to be taken into account when it comes to the brand management of public organizations, institutions or enterprises, a cycle which promises sustainable success or the promise of sustainable services. And I think the worth of these infrastructure assets were gone into a very higher area, as we all knew in the last 2 years within the corona crisis. these long-term services were something like the backbone of the society within the last 18 months. Let's think about the mobility services, the energy services, the health sectors, or my colleagues from the education sector. And especially when I'm talking about the infrastructure, the electricity infrastructure, we have to keep in mind that the size of the energy transition and the opportunity for growth, this is based on the service level of all infrastructure companies within the electricity sector. This electricity infrastructure sets something like the level of the potential development. Our investments have to be placed right now. The Austrian Power Grid invests around 3.5 billion euros until 2031. We have to invest this money, we have to build our grids, or we have to build our substations, because they are necessary for the whole energy change and also the whole electrification of industry, society, and economy. When you're thinking about what we all are doing also right now, streaming, the streaming capacities are gone through the pylon. We have huge developments within the industry. For example, the steel industry. Just one example: if the biggest Austrian steel producer, the voestalpine, changes their already now very high CO2-based production unit into a fully electricity unit, the whole consumption of Austria will be doubled. So this shows you how crucial the infrastructure will be in future, and the decisions we have to take are now crucial, because if they won't be taken now, we don't get rid of the whole energy change. Just another, let me say, sector of the energy system which is now being rebuilt is the whole prosumer, or the whole consumption and production organization. In former times there were two sectors. On the one hand the producers, on the other hand the demand, and this has changed completely. You know it from probably your personal household. Every member of this sector is now a producer and consumption in one person, and therefore we need a high developed digitized electricity system both. I think all these aspects which I tried to point out within the last 7 to 10 minutes show that infrastructure is not a daily business. Infrastructure has to take the responsibility for generations, and I think we have to keep it in mind, and also we have to keep them work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christoph, for underlining the importance of infrastructure. I think, well, this is something we should never forget. Thanks for sharing your insights, and we're kind of back on time schedule, and now heading into our last panel, which is about brands for resilience and growth. B4C, projects show high returns for local economies. This is our thesis, and I will hand over now the moderation to Farouk once more from the Department of Digitalization, Technology and Innovation here at the UNIDO. He is Industrial Development Officer. Farouk, please join the stage. And you brought 3 projects with you, and we will see together in the next 30 minutes what is going around the globe. Happy to have you.
Absolutely, thank you so much. Very, very fair. I brought even 4 projects today to show. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, dear online followers, dear friends, I'm very happy to welcome you at this session on brands for resilience and growth. we'll be happy to indeed show how the B4C projects are basically bringing the high returns for the economies, for the local economies, for the sectors, for business communities, for SMEs, for the countries. I have to maybe look back like 3 years ago. We were launching together with EBI, with Europe Brand Institute, the model called Branding for Competitiveness and Sustainable Growth. And it became very beautiful tradition at the occasion of the Brand Global Summit to share the results of what we have been achieving each year, what countries we covered, what new sectors we're tapping on, and what results they're bringing for the communities in social, environmental, in economic terms. So I'm very happy to be today here and also to share the examples from different continents. And also Summit provides us a very good opportunity to take a stock, to analyze where we stand, where we go, how we're addressing the needs of our beneficiaries, to look into the reality, what the next day brings us, what other challenge we can turn into the opportunity. So I will be very happy to talk about a little bit in this optimistic regard, talking about some of the crises or some challenges that we went through during the last year and how we turned them to the opportunities for our beneficiary companies. So looking back to this year, indeed, I think this year could be associated with two terms of COVID-19 or post-COVID-19 world, and also digitalization. So I'm very happy to report that most of our beneficiary projects could have basically benefited from digitalization. We were quickly adapting our beneficiary companies and sectors to take advantage of the more digitalized or better linked world. And thanks to the branding efforts that our beneficiary companies stayed visible and competitive on the global market, which allowed them not to stop their operations, to ensure business continuity during these uneasy times for everyone, and thus to build a resilience, business resilience for those companies and the sectors. Moreover, the crisis triggered some good, it's very unpopular word combination. The crisis of COVID triggered positive change, but indeed some of the companies could have diversified their produce to satisfy the immediate needs of the health industry in their respective countries. And to be open with you, of course, it's not that only branding who is the champion here. It's not thanks to only branding tool that we achieved those results. We have to admit that there is a huge work behind these achievements. We're thinking about the product lines, we're thinking about the niches, we're thinking about their marketing, their quality, their cost, how we manage the human resources and financial resources. But at the same time, we acknowledge more and more that what we call intellectual value added is playing the biggest role in generating higher value addition in the industries we operate. So I'm happy today to announce and just to extend to what my managing director was saying this morning. So in the family of intellectual value addition tools, where we had the branding for competitiveness and sustainable growth tool, today officially the new tool, industrial design for sustainable development, is joining this family. And I'm very happy to report on this. Also a few words before I give the floor to our dear participants from India, Armenia, and Tajikistan. I wanted just to also report that there is a growing interest from the beneficiary countries, from our member states, both developing countries, but I'm very happy to report that there is a growing interest from middle-income countries, sometimes from the donor countries, to apply, to replicate the experience of B4C projects in their own countries, in their lagging regions, in their remote areas or in their rural areas, how to boost socioeconomic, environmentally friendly development there as well. So last year we were reporting how we extended our cooperation to Africa, Latin America, along with extending our experience in East Europe and Central Asia. Today I'm very happy to welcome India to the summit. Shraddha Shrikant, who is a project and partnership coordinator at the UNIDO regional office in India, will walk us through the two initiatives of UNIDO in India on this subcontinent that are supported by Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, DPIIT, of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry in India. Dear Shraddha, welcome to the summit. I hope Shraddha is joining us. Today, I will start with a short question. Today, India is producing 10% of world's bicycle in volume. This is a huge figure for me. What do you think, what difference do branding and design make in the Indian bicycle sector in terms of improving competitiveness, value addition, margins, and overall positioning on domestic and global markets? Shraddha, the floor is yours.
And a very good afternoon to all the participants that have joined today. My name is Shraddha, and I'm going to talk a little bit about what UNIDO has done for the Indian bicycle industry, and also how the Indian bicycle industry is evolving over in both its positioning in the domestic as well as global markets. So essentially, this project that we've done for the Indian bicycle industry focused on strengthening the meso-level infrastructure. That means strengthening the nodal technical R&D institute and the industry associations on two counts. One is that we've tried to strengthen and facilitate testing infrastructure to meet domestic regulatory requirements, but also export requirements. But the more soft component, the training component of this project focused on technical capacity building for these institutions, but also for the industry, in helping them transition to making higher value bicycles, e-bicycles, and just all the associated technologies and production processes that are associated with these higher value products. There are some things that are very interesting about the Indian bicycle industry. The first being that about 90% of the production comes from maybe 10 to 12 players. And this production is supported by 4,000 plus component manufacturing MSMEs. The second interesting fact that I'd just like to mention for some context setting is that India has traditionally been known for manufacturing these black roadster bicycles. These are traditional steel bicycles that are known to be sturdy and that you would see almost everywhere on Indian roads. The idea is that, especially over the last few years, global bicycle markets and now increasingly even Indian bicycle markets has started transitioning towards premium value bicycles. So you're thinking mountain bikes, road bikes, or even racing bicycles that are of course of higher value and just greater value addition in terms of production vis-a-vis these relatively lower value traditional roadster bicycles. So the idea is that the project of course has been supporting units in adopting technologies to transition towards how to make such higher value bicycles. But what the strategic role that branding plays in this growth story of the industry is that manufacturers of largely traditional products have now had to position themselves as producers of high value products. And that is not an easy leap to make. But you see Indian manufacturers from the largest, most established players like say Hero, TI, Atlas and A1 to even emerging large size domestic brands that are emerging, making this transition based on very, very targeted, segmented marketing and product positioning strategies. And this branding story and this branding as a strategy has proved to be extremely helpful to the industry at large, especially in the context of the past 18 to 24 months. The Indian bicycle manufacturers largely focused their sales channels through retailers that would then sell to individual customers like you and I. But because of the COVID-related lockdown and restrictions on, say, public services, operations of markets and so on, brands have largely had to shift to a direct-to-customer sales model, which means that if individual customers are now scrolling e-commerce websites or even bicycle company websites to buy their cycles, they now need to have a greater appreciation of knowledge of different brands available to them. So you can no longer rely on the retailer salesman who is going to sell for you, but now you need to have that sort of brand presence, both offline and increasingly now online. So the growth story of this transition from a traditional cycle to a high value premium cycle has leveraged brand value in a great way. Coming back to the point that the structure of the industry has 4,000 plus MSMEs. So these are small players who make specific components or subsystems of the product at large. There is so much potential for them to position themselves, not just for domestic Indian-based brands and producers, but for global value chains as well, for global brands. In the sense that means components emerging from India, from these numerous small-sized brands, have to come together collectively to position themselves as suppliers of economical, of reliable and quality-conscious components. That means this positioning of Indian production as a destination of component supply. And we did a diagnostic assessment of the industry at large in our phase 1 project that I mentioned earlier. And apart from things like recommendations like technical capacity building to make this transition to advanced products, advanced technologies, sourcing aspects like a common material bank so as to enable manufacturers to procure the raw material that these these premium bicycle models require, like aluminum alloy or carbon fiber. But also for some sort of unified strategy for these MSMEs to come together as a brand emerging from India, so that they're able to pitch themselves based on their identity, based on their collective sort of manufacturing expertise, and also then collaborate resources to be able to meet large-sized orders, which maybe they wouldn't be able to individually. And this kind of unified strategy is something we believe could go a long way in terms of greater integration of Indian suppliers in global value chains. And just stemming from that, just pulling from that, phase 1 experience where we've tried to build technical capacity, but also recognizing how from factories you move to the markets. We're trying to develop a proposal for a successor phase 2 project that essentially talks about now hand-holding all these individual manufacturers, especially the MSMEs, in terms of, yes, technical proficiency, adaptation as well as adoption of technology, but also in terms of equipping them with market development tools. So I need to know what market requires what kind of product, and then work backwards to see whether or not I have the competency to produce what those markets require, number one. But number two, also then to be able to present this new and improved product with a marketing strategy and a branding strategy that conveys the true value addition that the manufacturing process is able to make.
Thank you, Shada. Now turning to the updates from our famous success story in Tajikistan. Today we're having pleasure to host Takhmina Karimova. Takhmina, hope you are with us today. She's a co-founder and director of Ozara LLC, one of the brightest and successful women leaders. Welcome, Takhmina. And representative of the Tajik embroidery sector, beneficiary of the UNIDO project in Tajikistan. Dear Takhmina, once again, welcome. Happy to see you on the summit. So my question will be of twofold. For your company, what were the biggest advantages of joining Lal Textiles umbrella brand and adopting its collective marketing approach? And at the same time, what kind of challenges you had to overcome to introduce your own branding and improve marketing capacities at Ozara? You have 3-4 minutes, Takhmina. Thank you.
Thank you, Farouk. First of all, I want to say that Ozara was established in 2014. And since from 2016, we start collaboration with UNIDO project. And cooperation with the project give us opportunity to increase capacity building of our company and also increase the knowledge and skills of our employees. I should note that we are working with more than 100 women artisans across of Tajikistan. And collaboration with UNIDO and being a member of national brand Lal Textiles give us opportunity to promote and present our products in international exhibitions and trade fairs. You all know that participating in such exhibitions and trade fairs is quite expensive, and not all the companies like my company can participate, because it needs capacity, needs expert support, experts support, and also funds for participating in such exhibitions. But within the Lal textile brands, we could present our products, and our products participated in several exhibitions in both in domestic and also international exhibitions and fairs. It helps us to find potential partners, customers, and also set up a business network, which is very important.
Thank you so much, Tahmina. Very, very insightful inputs from your side. Now, let us turn to another young women leader in the light industry as well. Saten Hoshoyan, she's Deputy Chief Executive Officer of Milanta LLC, one of our beneficiaries in our project, the pioneering project in Armenia. Dear Saten, given that your company operates in middle-income country and in the one of the world's most competitive industry, fashion, how would you define a success formula for SMEs that leads to a wider recognition in the global fashion industry, despite its competitive pressures and external shocks? Saten? Seems like we do not have yet communication with Saten. Okay, Saten is there.
Mr. Farrell, yeah, yes. I'm here. So, first of all, thank you very much for a very interesting question. I'm representing a apparel manufacturing company, Milanta. It's a family-owned and family-led brand, and it's kind of children for us and for my family. So as you always try to give the best time, the best knowledge, the best resources to your child, we always strive to give the best to our company. So marketing and branding is an irreplaceable part of your brand development. So we as a company, during 20 years of our operation, consistently strive to create a brand which will be well known as a quality higher than price. Now, analyzing the international markets and our country's capacities, we understand that for small countries and for small companies, SMEs, it's nearly impossible to compete with China or other giant country by quality. So I'm more than sure, so based on that, we are more than sure that only way for us as a brand, as a company, and as a country to be developed in a highly competitive fashion world and develop in a sustainable way is to create strong kind of made in Armenia brand by letting the world know that Armenian clothes are high-end, and if you look for a quality, you should refer to Armenia. This, I think, will be best practice on how strong branding and how strong branding can add value to the country's economy and rise its rating in the international markets. So that's all.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing this great ambition, and one has to be really powerful to set such a great ambitions and basically follow them. Now turning back to the heavy industry and back to our projects in India. Dear Shada, also starting with some statistics, we know that India holds 4% of the global pulp and paper industry. What challenges Indian pulp and paper industry has to overcome so to effectively apply branding and positioning of the higher value added and resource efficient products of pulp and paper industry?
Thank you very much much, Farooq. So the Indian paper industry, you're right, has immense potential, but also is faced with challenges such as rising input costs, limited raw material availability, and also to some extent traditional technologies. Now, it's typically seen as a resource-intensive, polluting industry, but slowly that is changing. So the idea is for the Indian paper industry to build competitiveness in enhancing productivity and also environmentally friendly process technologies that would allow for it to position itself as a resource efficient, as a circular economy based, but also an environmentally friendly industry at large. And the projects that we're doing for the Indian paper industry at the moment focus on this, on process optimization and on demonstration for wider uptake technologies that would increase energy and water efficiency and so on. It's also about changing a little bit the perception through branding, because the Indian industry, for example, paper industry, uses almost, 75% of the industry relies on recycled fiber. So by definition, it's a very sustainable model that the industry functions on. And just to sort of add a little bit, as an allied industry, we're also trying to work out a proposal for, say, the handmade paper industry, which in recent years has been suffering with a little bit of declining demand, because the kind of traditional stationery items that handmade paper industries make can be made more cost effectively by, say, paper emerging from mills. So there's definitely a lot of potential for such industries also to invest in design and development, of course, for value-added products, but also then to brand Indian handmade paper industries as a creative traditional industry that can now give you value-added products that you see on your screen, for example, like gift items, memorabilia, and drawing from, of course, similar experiences that UNIDO has done for countries like Vietnam. And I think there's a great potential to do that for India as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Shraddha. Dear Tahmina, returning back to you and going forward, what are the main highlights and lessons learned by Ozara throughout its collaboration with Lal Textile umbrella brand? And you might suggest areas requiring further improvements. We'll be very happy to take those into account.
First of all, to be a member of Lal Textile brand is a proud moment for our company. We received a lot of benefits from this joint brand, and the main highlights is that within the UNIDO project we could receive a lot of benefits, and first of all, it's expert support. I mean the expert support. So for the developing designs, for promoting our products, on marketing, and all this is because we are a member of this if as a small company I would make all this by myself.
Seems like we're experiencing some internet problems. We will wait a second. Maybe we will just turn to Milante and to Saten. Saten, if you can just give a few words of bringing us to the further steps into Milante's ambition.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Good. Thank you so much, Tahmina. As Milante takes further steps into international e-commerce, how does its branding and marketing strategy evolve over time, Saten? And in what sense it is influenced by the post-pandemic context? Could you kindly enlighten us? You have 3 minutes. Thank you so much, Saten.
Yeah, thank you so much. Here I should highlight the importance of strong cooperation inside your country. So with Space 59 UNIDO's project in Armenia, it's a unique platform for manufacturers, designers, and other fashion-related enterprises to work effectively, cooperate, and achieve more. As a successful example, I want to talk about umbrella branding launched by Space 59. It's more than 4 years that we as a company, as an Armenian brands are represented in international exhibitions as one united brand. And this strengthens our visibility and help us to gain more visibility and interest from international leading brands. Also, the online courses of marketing and branding help us to underline one more time the importance of the branding in the scope of company development. So to sum up, though for SMEs creating their own brand is a hard, expensive, and sometimes long-lasting process, in a long-term perspective, it becomes a very valuable asset, which generates income even in the crises and hard market conditions. So we assured that during last year, during the pandemic time, this is very important to highlight one more time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saten. Again, I'm being so young and being like a woman lead of your company. You're really encouraging all of us in this ambition to grow, to be more visible, to be better branded, along with, of course, Shada and Tahmina. Thank you so much, dear ladies. Your experience and passion in what you're presenting today, in what you're saying, and what you're doing on a daily basis is encouraging indeed. And I'm very happy to also report that we're starting new projects on branding in Indonesia and in China, hopefully in India very soon as well. So next year we'll be happy to even speak about larger geography coverage of our project, and we will be happy to support our member states in applying this intellectual value addition tool, where basically we see branding and industrial design going hand by hand together. Thank you so much.
It's really fascinating to accompany that success story, Farouk, and to see how, the importance of giving the brand the focus really is now moving into the markets. And those 3 ladies and 3 projects and whatever is going on behind the scenery as well is really giving hope. So thanks so much for sharing these wonderful stories from the UNIDO world with us, and we're now kind of ready to close this year's Brand Global Summit, and we will start closing this year's Brand Global Summit by words of Her Excellency Julia Villatoro. She is Ambassador of El Salvador to Austria, and as well as this, she is also Ambassador to the permanent representative, to the United Nations. Her Excellency is already in the house. I think she's just waiting to be asked to enter the stage, but on her way up, I just wanted to let you know that after her words of, kind of closing from the international perspective this year's Brand Global Summit, it will be Harald Katzmeier again, Managing Director of FIS Research. You heard him already at the morning. And it's, of course, Managing Director Bernardo Casadilla Sarmiento. He will also be with us. And, of course, it's Gerhard Rebicek to sum up from his perspective as the President of the European Brand Institute, and to hear their conclusions on what we were discussing at this 17th Brand Global Summit. And Gerhard is now joining me already. You need your microphone, my dear, otherwise we cannot hear you. Gerhard is also already joining me, and I also saw what you cannot see, that Harald Katzmeier is in house as well. So we try to sum up now, Gerhard, and let's collect those other speakers by just announcing them once more. But Gerhard, join me in to sum up this year's Brand Global Summit. I mean, we took quite a journey from just talking about the importance of brands for change. Then we had these really fantastic focuses on how important brands are for financing. And we also had, of course, these great examples and best practices where we all remember spots from big international brands like Nike, who showed us how important it is to have a multicultural and also an of course global communication with the clients, but also with the focus of regional needs. And of course, now Bernardo is also with us, managing director. And he also, of course, viewed what was going on this year's Brand Global Summit. I think I will start with you, okay? So to sum up this year's thoughts and also maybe give us some outlook also where the journey is going. I think it works. If not, take mine. I'll do that for you.
It works. Yes.
It works.
Yes. Thank you very much. Also, thanks for a wonderful moderation. You're a real brand expert. I think when we tour around the globe, we take you with us. I don't want to preempt here the speeches of my colleagues and my friends. I think, yes, it was a wonderful summit. We, as Farouk said, we stopped a moment. We thought about where we are, what we do, where is the future going. I think we had wonderful presentations of projects. I also want to mention this magazine here, this Brands for Change. You can also have it online. We get this too. This is a documentation where you find many interesting articles, readings, where you can learn about brand management. You see our projects documented jointly with UNIDO, and you can get a little outlook to the future. Now, yes, as Barnabas said, the only constant in the world is change. And so the topic was chosen right, brands for change, because this topic we could use every year, Bernardo, but we won't. Also brands for sustainability we could use every year, and brands for prosperity we could use every year. But I think it was it fit to the time, and so it was chosen well. And yes, we will support change, transition. I think there is many areas where we can work. We will hear maybe these regional activities, these data issues. We will continue our research definitely with those partners, what you saw, Mr. Anger with Refinitiv. We go much further. Maybe we can also join in FI's research for something, and of course UNIDO, we can elaborate also in the future. I think there are some ideas here. So, but I think I should stop now.
You should stop because you will have closing remarks anyways. So Bernardo, I mean, this is of course a very familiar topic for you. You're doing it all. You have to face change all during the year in all of your fields. But what is it we can learn, particularly if we focus on change on the aspects of brands?
Thank you so much. I think, first of all, we have recognized, I have to get it closer, recognized that change is inevitable. So this is one very important element that is always happening, and there is always the aspect of the opportunity, But what we have learned, I think, today is that we have to manage change, and we know that innovation is so fundamental for it, but also we have to manage innovation, we think that creativity comes from an unmanaged and just creative explosion and brainstorming. No, we need to manage innovation, and management of innovation can help us to manage change. And the same we can say in branding, we have to manage our brands, and we have seen the value of standards for that. And as we have a standard for brand value, we have standards for change management, and we have standards for innovation. So I think that I would like to make this linkage for today, that we have to be under control, and we have to move with the change in a proactive manner, and not be reactive but proactive towards this change that gives us the opportunities and is the basis for the future.
I think that was an excellent point. Nothing less was expected out of your mouth. That, of course, we learned, I think all the globe learned, Harald, you might underline that, that we have to manage change, that we have to manage innovation, that we also have to embrace change and innovation because, well, this is what the world is about and has always been. It was, I think, basically Heraclit and not Barnabas, but anyways, it's a long, the quote is there for quite a long time. So from your perspective, as someone who's really deep into network analysis and also shown us how deep you are into how important it is to communicate with strong brands and what an impact they can have also of on societies and how people can trust each other or their leaders within a community. What is your takeaway or maybe your add-on?
Well, our change is certain, progress not. This is something that we have to work for, that our change has a direction that we want based on values that we share and that we want to see manifest in this world. And brands and the stories represent kind of values, but also a sort of identity. And in this world of saturated attention, I guess it's very important to understand that where you want to, what is the scale that you want to operate at, right? So I don't think that it's a wise strategy to think about, oh well, now we also want to become part of top tier 1 brands, because there's so much noise already, so much saturated attention, so to speak. But there's a lot of opportunity when you look at the regional scale. And what I think is, what's needed is to have really a cohesive branding strategy at the local scale, which means build up brand ecologies, brand clusters, to strengthen each other, to really not just and it's important, it's not just only about business. It's about business, it's about economic capital. It's also about social capital. In dysfunctional environments, brands might be like the most important stabilizer of the landscape. It might kind of bring back trust. At least there is something that works, we can rely on. That's like the message here. And for that are regional branding strategies, brand ecologies, brand clusters. Create your own category, find your own voice, be really, don't compare yourself too much with others. That's what I would recommend. But what we have heard today, it's just it's about brands are about relationship, building relationship, sustainable relationships in a world that's so much characterized by discontinuity and sometimes we got the feeling things fall apart, right? But brands can really be like the beacon in disruptive landscapes.
Oh, thank you so much for your words, Harald. And I think this is kind of the light that we might go with the 18th Brand Global Summit to focus more on the social impact of brands and how they can really stabilize communities, countries, how they can maybe also interact in conflicts. And I think this is quite an issue for an international organization. Thank you, Harald. Thank you very much, Bernardo. And we are now, we would like to ask Her Excellency on stage. And thank you very much, Managing Director Bernardo Casadilla. And thank you very much, Harald Kratzmeier, Managing Director of his company, FIS Research. And Her Excellency Julia Villatoro, she's ambassador of El Salvador to Austria. So very, very high-ranking. Thank you for being with us, and also permanent representative to the United Nations. And we would like to just add your perspective on how what we were discussing today can have an impact and influence on, well, the countries represented in the countries where the UNIDO is represented, and of course you're representing them now with us. Thanks for being with us, Your Excellency.
Thank you so much. It is my pleasure to be here with you. Thank you for the invitation. It is an honor. And yes, talking about UNIDO and the work they are doing, I have to say that this opportunity is a good one to highlight the importance on brands. We do think that brands are very important, and I have to say that early 1980s, the region, Latin American and the Caribbean countries, joined other countries in establishing brands. Why? The reason, I think there are many reasons, but I think there is enough evidence to say that brands strengthen economy. They help to really improve wealth, employment, as well as growth in all different sectors in countries. We also think that brands, the development of brands in the regions could help to strengthen competitiveness, but also sustainable economic growth, which is one of the important roles that UNIDO has. We are now very happy, enthusiastic, as well as looking forward to continuing working with UNIDO in this new era. We have seen how this pandemic has affected our economies last year with the lockdown and all these bad, negative impacts that the pandemic left. We now have to be creative, to be innovative, and try to move forward and trying to go in the right direction, and brands can be a good way to do it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. So this is a big shout out for a creative and innovative attitude to move forward. And as you mentioned, you're speaking for Latin American countries, for the Caribbean, and there is also a strong connection between the countries you kind of represent today and the Brand Global Summit. I think there is also something going on in the City Hall tonight. So would you like to share some words about that, Gerhard, together with Your Excellency? Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I think there is some information still waiting for us.
Thank you so much. Yeah, no, but of course, I have the honor to chair GRULAC, which is Latin American and Caribbean countries at the United Nations, at the multilateral system, but also as a representative of El Salvador. I am very happy to share with you that we also have launched an important brand, which is Coffee of El Salvador. And because you mentioned the event, the gala of today, we are going to have to offer some Salvadorian coffee. And indeed, happy to see that the new magazine, here you can see, there is an article related to the brand that we have launched. And the reason is because the government of President Nayib Bukele has decided to try to be creative, innovative, and try to recover one of the most important sectors in El Salvador, which is related to coffee. So that's the reason why we are very thankful also and pleased to have this opportunity today. And we think that this could be just an opportunity to open abroad, because this event we know that is very seen and attended by people from different countries, not only here in Austria, but also in Europe and in the world for sure. So thank you so much. But please,
So I just have to interfere. This is the presentation of El Salvador Coffee, the new brand at the Vienna City Hall, which claims itself to be the capital of coffee houses. So this must be a fantastic night, right?
No, it's really true. We cooperate with LAC countries, with GRULAC since 17 years, I think. And that was also the reason how we came to UNIDO here, to United Nations. And we are very proud that this happens, and we have a wonderful evening tonight. Yes, I think we will continue to work definitely in this area of brand projects internationally, also in your countries. I think there can be done more. I think it will be done more. We have several projects where we talk about Latin American brand projects. We will work with the brand as asset class, of course. We should establish it so that we also get financing for companies through the brand, that we work on the social activities for brands, on the responsibility. As Mr. Katzmeier said, the regional brands, they can really develop a strength and a pride for regions. They give an identity, so it's important not only for business but also for the people and for prosperity. Yeah, we will have the next Global Summit in October next year, so we keep it, right, Farouk, at this date. And I want to thank all the teams, especially the team from UNIDO, from Farouk, for the organization here. It's really fantastic. You can't see it, but maybe we have a making of then also in the internet, how the studio here is very professionally run. So thank you very much for this. Thanks also to our EBI team, Maya, Renate. They did a wonderful job in preparing, coordinating the speakers, organized this event. Also the evening, of course. And a special thanks, maybe we can give her applause also for here, for Sonia.
You don't have to. This is my applause going out to you.
She is our brand ambassador already. We take her with us when we do road shows. We invite her to Russia, to Dubai. So we will take you with us. And yeah, now is the time that we look forward to our social evening. As you said, Vienna, very special place. We always combine. It's one of the largest congresses. We always match with Paris, who is bigger. And that's, I think in Vienna is very special that we have these social events, and it's very important that we have this Vienna Brand Gala tonight. So I invite you. We meet there, we celebrate, and have a little Caribbean party. Yeah.
So thank you very much, Gerhard. And of course, the invitation goes out to everyone which is around Vienna, which is, sorry to say, not all of you, but we were very, very delighted to see during today's Brand Global Summit that from all over the world you were attending this event, and for sure we will try to make it possible to have an on-site event next year again, but also, of course, the hybrid situation to invite all of our followers around the globe will continue. So thanks for being with us. Maybe you would like to share the video later on. It will be distributed via YouTube and the channels of the UNIDO and of course of the European Brand Institute. If you need some further information, if you need your version of the new magazine Brand Annual, or if you need some information from UNIDO, please get in contact with our teams. Thanks for being with us, and goodbye und Servus from Vienna.